This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still don't feel right talking about this. It's been 3 weeks and I've barely slept. Every time I close my eyes, I see it standing there. Every time it rains, I find an excuse not to drive. My boyfriend thinks I'm being dramatic, and maybe I am, but I know what I saw. It happened last month during that massive storm system that hit the East Coast. I was driving home from my sister's place in New Hope. For those who don't know the area, Bucks County has these winding back roads that cut through dense woods and farmland. Beautiful during the day, but at night, different story entirely. I should have left earlier. My sister kept insisting I stay for dinner, and by the time I headed out around 9:30, the weather had turned nasty. The rain was coming down in sheets, not your regular rain, but the kind that sounds like someone's throwing buckets of water at your windshield. I had my wipers going full speed, but they barely made a difference. About 20 minutes into my drive, I turned onto Route 32, a narrow 2-lane road that hugs the Delaware River. There were no streetlights, no other cars, nothing but my headlights cutting through the darkness and rain. The trees on either side of the road made it feel like I was driving through a tunnel. My radio kept cutting out because of the storm, so I turned it off. Just me and the sound of rain hammering the roof of my Honda. I was going maybe 35 mph, gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light. Maybe my headlights reflecting off the rain in a weird way. But then it solidified. About 50 yards ahead, standing directly in my lane, was this figure. I still don't know how to describe it properly. It was tall, way too tall to be a person. Maybe 8 or 9 feet. But it wasn't a tree or a pole because I could see it had a shape, like shoulders and a head. I slowed down immediately, thinking it might be a deer on its hind legs or something, though even as I had that thought, I knew it wasn't right. Deer don't stand that tall, and this thing was just standing there, not moving, not running away from my approaching car. The strangest part was how my headlights hit it. They didn't. They should have illuminated whatever was standing there, but instead, the light seemed to bend around it, like it was absorbing the light or something. It was just this black silhouette against the darkness, somehow even darker than the night around it. I was about 30 yards away when I noticed the edges of the figure were kind of flickering, like bad CGI in a low-budget movie, except this was real life right in front of me. The edges would blur and then sharpen again, as if it was having trouble staying solid. I hit the brakes harder, sliding a little on the wet asphalt. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was down to maybe 15 mph, still approaching this thing, when it just vanished. Not like it ran away or moved aside. It literally disappeared, like someone had switched off a projection. I sat there for a second, car idling, rain pounding, trying to process what I'd just seen. That's when something smaller darted in front of my car, right across my path, maybe 5 feet from my bumper. I slammed on the brakes and braced for impact, that sickening feeling you get when you know you're about to hit an animal. But there was no thud, no impact, nothing. I sat there, breathing hard, hands shaking on the wheel. I checked my rearview mirror, expecting to see an injured animal on the road behind me. Nothing, just empty, rain-soaked asphalt disappearing into darkness. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe 30 seconds, a minute. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get out of there, but I was frozen. Eventually, I pressed the gas and drove on, constantly checking my mirrors, half expecting to see something following me. The rest of the drive home is a blur. I remember locking my doors the second I got in the house and checking all the windows. I left every light on that night and sat on my couch until sunrise, jumping at every sound. My boyfriend was working night shift, so I was alone with my thoughts and whatever the hell I'd just seen. The next morning, I felt ridiculous. In the light of day, with the storm past, I convinced myself it was just fatigue, or maybe a tree branch that had fallen in a weird way. But I couldn't shake the image from my mind, that impossibly tall silhouette, the way it seemed to absorb the light, how it flickered at the edges before vanishing. I called in sick to work and spent the morning Googling. At first, I searched for things like deer standing on hind legs, Pennsylvania, and tall animals, Bucks County. But nothing matched what I'd seen. Then I went down a rabbit hole of cryptid sightings. That's when I found some forums with people describing similar experiences. Entities that don't reflect light properly, unnaturally tall figures seen on rural roads at night. One post in particular freaked me out. Someone from about 20 miles north of where I had my experience described seeing what they called a light eater on a back road during a storm 3 years ago. They said it stood in the middle of the road, impossibly tall, and seemed to absorb their headlights. When they slowed down, it vanished, and something smaller crossed their path immediately after. I closed my laptop after that. Too many coincidences. Too much validation that what I saw wasn't just in my head. I spent the rest of the day jumping at shadows and checking outside my windows. I had to go back to work the next day. The drive there was tense. Even in broad daylight, I found myself scanning the tree line, looking for anything unusual. Every deer I passed, and there are a lot in Bucks County, made me flinch. Nothing happened on the way to work, which helped calm me down a bit. It was on the drive home, around 5:30 p.m., still daylight but starting to dim, when the second weird thing happened. I was on a quieter stretch of road, the kind with dense woods on both sides, when I spotted a deer at the edge of the trees. This happens all the time around here, so I slowed down, expecting it to bolt across the road like they usually do. But this deer didn't move. It just watched me. As I got closer, I realized it was staring directly at me through my windshield. Not at my car, at me, like it recognized me specifically. I know how that sounds, but I swear this wasn't normal animal behavior. I've lived in Pennsylvania my whole life. I know how deer act, and they don't make sustained eye contact like that. I slowed almost to a stop, and still, it just stood there, completely still, watching me. Its eyes didn't have that typical deer shine to them. They looked aware, intelligent, like there was something behind them that knew exactly who I was. Eventually, I had to keep driving. As I passed it, I watched in my side mirror, and I swear to God, it turned its head to follow me, still maintaining that eye contact until I rounded a bend in the road. By the time I got home, I was a wreck. I told my boyfriend what happened, both the night in the rain and the deer that seemed to recognize me. He tried to be supportive, but I could tell he thought I was overreacting. He said the tall figure was probably just a trick of the light during the storm, and the deer was just being a deer. But he didn't see its eyes. He didn't feel what I felt. That night, I ordered a dash cam online. I didn't tell my boyfriend. I knew he'd think I was being paranoid, but I needed some kind of evidence. If I ever saw that thing again, I wanted proof. The dash cam arrived 2 days later. I installed it immediately, feeling both ridiculous and justified. Part of me hoped I'd never capture anything on it. Another part of me desperately wanted validation that what I saw was real. For a few days, nothing happened. I started to relax a little, thinking maybe it was a one-time thing. Then the weather report announced another major storm system approaching. The same kind of relentless downpour as the night I saw the figure. I seriously considered calling in sick to avoid driving home in the rain, but I couldn't keep using sick days. So I went to work, watching the sky darken throughout the day, feeling my anxiety build with each passing hour. By 5 p.m., the rain had started, just a drizzle at first, but quickly building to the same intense downpour as before. I sat in my car in the parking lot for almost 20 minutes, trying to work up the courage to drive home. Finally, I took a deep breath, checked that my dashcam was recording, and pulled out onto the road. The first half of my commute was on main roads with plenty of other cars around. I felt okay there. Safety in numbers, I guess. But eventually, I had to turn onto the same back roads I'd taken the night of my encounter. The rain was coming down just as hard, the visibility just as poor. My wipers couldn't keep up, and my headlights barely cut through the curtain of water. I was about 5 miles from home when I noticed something odd in my rearview mirror. At first I thought it was headlights from a car behind me, but it wasn't quite right. The light was too diffuse, not focused like headlights, and it seemed to be moving oddly, not following the road exactly. I tried to get a better look, but the rain on my back window made it hard to see clearly. Whatever it was, it seemed to be getting closer. My heart started racing. I pressed the gas harder, pushing my Honda faster than was safe on the wet roads. The light in my mirror grew brighter. I could now tell it definitely wasn't headlights. It was more like a glow, soft around the edges, moving through the trees alongside the road, keeping pace with my car even as I accelerated to 50, then 60 mph. I was so focused on what was behind me that I almost missed what was ahead. I looked back at the road just in time to see it, that same tall silhouette, standing directly in my lane, maybe 100 yards ahead. It was exactly as I remembered, impossibly tall, darker than the darkness around it, its edges flickering like a bad TV signal. I screamed and swerved instinctively, nearly running off the road. I fought to regain control of the car, tires slipping on the wet asphalt. When I looked back at the road, the figure was gone. But the glow behind me was still there, closer now. I floored it, pushing my car dangerously fast for the conditions. The road ahead curved sharply, and I barely made the turn, feeling my tires lose traction for a terrifying second before biting into the road again. As I came out of the curve, I saw them, multiple tall silhouettes standing along the edge of the road, all flickering at their edges, all absorbing the light around them, and between them, moving with purpose, were smaller shapes, deer-sized, but somehow wrong in their movements, too coordinated, too deliberate. I don't remember much of the rest of the drive. I just remember the absolute terror, the feeling that I was being herded, tested. I remember praying, begging to make it home, promising I'd never drive these roads again if I could just get to safety. Somehow, I made it. I screeched into my driveway, ran inside, and locked every door and window. My boyfriend found me huddled in our bedroom closet when he got home from his evening shift. I was incoherent, babbling about tall shadows and deer that weren't really deer. He checked the dashcam footage with me the next morning. Nothing. Not the silhouettes, not the glowing light behind me, not the deer shapes, just rain and darkness and an empty road. The evidence I so desperately wanted simply wasn't there. It's been 3 weeks now. I've changed my route home, taking only major roads with plenty of traffic, even though it adds 30 minutes to my commute. I've started looking for a new job closer to home. My boyfriend is worried about me. I can see it in his eyes when I refuse to drive anywhere after dark or when it's raining. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. Stress, fatigue, an overactive imagination combined with the poor visibility of a nighttime storm. That would be the rational explanation. But then I remember the deer's eyes, the intelligence behind them, the recognition, and I know, deep down, that whatever I encountered on that rainy night in Bucks County was real. And somehow, impossibly, it recognized me too. I don't know what they are or what they want. I don't know if they're watching me, waiting for me to drive those back roads again during another storm. All I know is that I won't be finding out. Some questions are better left unanswered. I've never told this story online before. I'm honestly not sure if I should even be sharing it now. It's been almost 2 years, and I still wake up in cold sweats some nights, thinking I hear those footsteps again. I grew up on our family farm in Cedar Ridge. It's about 40 minutes from the nearest town, and we're completely surrounded by dense forest on 3 sides. Growing up so isolated made me pretty self-sufficient. By the time I was 20, I was basically running the place, while my parents took extended trips to help my grandma, who was dealing with health issues in another state. That spring, they'd already been gone for about 2 weeks, and I'd fallen into a comfortable routine. I'd always been a night owl, so I'd usually finish up the evening chores around 10 p.m., then kick back with some video games or Netflix until I crashed. Nothing felt off about that first night. It was a clear evening in late April, and I was just finishing up my rounds, making sure the chicken coop was locked and the cows were all settled in the pasture. I remember pausing by the south fence to enjoy how bright the stars were. Something you never appreciate until you've seen them without light pollution. That's when I noticed it. 2 spots of light hovering near the tree line. At first, I thought they were just fireflies, but they were too high off the ground, maybe 6 feet up. And they didn't move like fireflies. They were completely stationary, almost like eyes. I don't spook easily. When you grow up in the country, you get used to seeing deer eyes reflect in headlights and all kinds of wildlife around the property. But something about these lights made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. They were yellowish-green, spaced too far apart to be a deer, and way too high off the ground for any normal animal in our area. I stared for maybe 10 seconds before the lights suddenly vanished. Not like they blinked out, but more like whatever they belonged to had turned and walked away. I stood there for a good 5 minutes, scanning the tree line, but saw nothing else. I told myself it was probably just some hiker with a weird headlamp who'd wandered onto our property by mistake. We get that sometimes. People who don't realize where the national forest ends and private land begins. But deep down, I knew that explanation didn't make sense. I locked up the house extra carefully that night. The next morning, I woke up later than usual. The sun was already high, and I immediately knew something was wrong. There was this strange silence, no lowing from the cattle in the field. I threw on my boots and rushed outside. 4 cows were missing, just gone. And a section of our fence, heavy-gauge livestock fencing that had withstood multiple storms, was completely torn apart. Not cut with tools, but literally ripped outward, like something had pulled it apart from the inside. The metal posts were bent at awkward angles. That's when I saw the footprints. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, and I've tracked deer, coyotes, and even the occasional bear on our property. These prints were large, maybe 7 inches long, and looked almost like a deer hoof, but wrong. The front was split like a hoof, but the back had what looked like toe marks, almost like a massive bird's foot. And the stride length between prints was huge, easily 6 feet apart. I took pictures with my phone, then followed the tracks to where they disappeared into the forest. Whatever it was had dragged at least 1 cow with it. There were drag marks and blood spatters leading into the trees. I called the local sheriff's office, but they just said they'd make a note of it and suggested it might be rustlers or maybe a bear. A bear that somehow tore through metal fencing, left weird footprints, and stole 4 full-grown cattle without making enough noise to wake me? Yeah, right. Later that day, my girlfriend Amber drove out to the farm. We'd been dating for about 6 months, and things had been rocky lately. She lived in town and hated coming out to the farm, said it creeped her out being so isolated. But she'd promised to bring me some groceries since my truck was in the shop. I tried telling her about the missing cattle and the weird tracks, but she cut me off. "Jackson, I'm not in the mood for your country ghost stories today," she said, rolling her eyes. "Can we just have one normal conversation without you trying to freak me out?" That pissed me off. I wasn't making this up, and I had the pictures to prove it. We ended up arguing about how I always try to make everything dramatic and how she was tired of pretending to care about farm problems. She left after about 20 minutes, and I was too angry to even bring in the groceries she'd brought. I just let them sit on the porch while I fumed. Looking back, I wish I'd asked her to stay, or better yet, gone back to town with her. As the sun started setting, I was still worked up from our fight. I decided to walk it off by checking the fence line again, this time with my rifle. Part of me wanted to find evidence that would prove to Amber I wasn't making this up. Stupid, I know. The sunset was almost gone when I reached the tree line. Something compelled me to go farther into the forest than I normally would have at that hour. I told myself I was just following the drag marks to see if I could find remains of the missing cattle, maybe get some insurance money if I could prove they were killed by predators. About a quarter mile into the woods, it was dark enough that I switched on my flashlight. The beam cut through the trees, and that's when I saw them again. Those same yellowish-green reflections, like eyes catching my light. But this time they blinked. I froze. The eyes were about 30 yards ahead of me, and they were moving slowly, deliberately, like whatever owned them was stalking toward me. Then came a sound that turned my blood to ice, a low, rumbling growl that no animal native to these woods should be able to make. It was deep, almost guttural, but with a weird clicking undertone, like someone rapidly tapping teeth together. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. I backed up slowly at first, keeping my flashlight trained on those eyes. They were getting closer. Then, without warning, the thing charged. I didn't see it clearly, just a massive, dark shape rushing through the underbrush. But I heard branches snapping and that same terrible growl rising to something like a scream. I turned and ran faster than I've ever run in my life. Branches whipped at my face and I tripped multiple times, but the pure fear kept me moving. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the forest. It wasn't even trying to be stealthy anymore. When I finally broke through the tree line and saw the farmhouse, I risked a glance back. What I saw standing at the edge of the forest will haunt me until the day I die. It was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and stood on 2 legs, but hunched forward like its spine wasn't quite right. In the fading twilight, I could make out a bulky silhouette with long, thin limbs that ended in what looked like claws or hooves. I couldn't tell. But its eyes, those same yellowish-green lights, were fixed directly on me. The smell hit me next. Even from 50 yards away, the stench was overwhelming, like rotting meat and something else, something chemical and wrong. I felt my stomach turn but couldn't look away. For what felt like an eternity, we just stared at each other. It didn't advance beyond the tree line, but it didn't retreat either. It was like it was studying me, memorizing me. I finally broke the standoff, backing toward the house while keeping my rifle pointed at it. It didn't follow, but I swear I could feel those eyes on me the whole way. I spent that night barricaded in my bedroom with my shotgun across my lap. I tried calling Amber, but she was still mad and didn't pick up. I thought about calling my parents, but what could they do from 300 miles away except worry? I considered calling the sheriff again, but what would I say? There's a monster in my woods? They'd think I was drunk or high. I didn't sleep at all. Every creak of the old farmhouse made me jump. Around 3 a.m., I heard something moving around the cattle pen, and then a single, terrified moo that was cut short. I was too scared to go look. When dawn finally came, I ventured outside with my shotgun. Another cow was missing, and the fence had been destroyed in a different section. There were more of those strange footprints, and this time, smears of blood on the remaining wire. Not just red blood. There was also a thick, yellowish substance mixed in that smelled putrid when I got close to it. That's when I knew I couldn't just hide and hope this thing would go away. Whatever it was getting bolder. It wasn't just taking cattle now, it was leaving messages. It was taunting me. I spent the day fortifying the farmhouse as best I could. I boarded up the first-floor windows with plywood we had in the barn. I stacked furniture against the rarely used side door and made sure the main doors were locked and barricaded. I loaded all the firearms we had, my shotgun, my dad's hunting rifle, and the old revolver he kept in his nightstand. As the sun set, I stationed myself upstairs in my bedroom, which had the best view of the surrounding property. I had my phone charged, a spotlight, and my shotgun. I wasn't going to be caught off guard again. The night was unnaturally still. No crickets chirping, no frogs croaking from the pond. Even the wind seemed to have died down. It was like the whole world was holding its breath. Around 11:30 p.m., I noticed the silence had become even deeper. The distant sound of cars on the highway that I could usually hear had vanished. It was like being in a vacuum. Then I heard it. Soft footsteps circling the house. Heavy enough to make the gravel crunch, but measured and deliberate. Whatever was out there was trying to be quiet, but its weight betrayed it. It circled twice, pausing occasionally as if looking for a way in. Then, silence again. I was just starting to think maybe it had left when something slammed against the front door with such force that the whole house seemed to shake. The wood splintered but held. Another impact followed, even stronger than the first. I could hear the frame beginning to crack. I rushed downstairs, staying low and keeping my shotgun ready. Through the gap in the doorframe, I caught a glimpse of something massive and dark. The stench from before was now overwhelming, seeping through every crack in the house. Glass shattered somewhere in the kitchen. It had broken a window despite the boards. I heard it climbing through, wood splintering as it forced its way in. The sound it made was no longer a growl, but a rasping, wet breathing, punctuated by that same clicking noise from the forest. I backed up the stairs, aiming my shotgun at the hallway below. Heavy footsteps crossed the kitchen floor, making the old boards creak under tremendous weight. Something scraped against the wall, claws or hooves dragging along the plaster. It reached the bottom of the stairs and paused. I couldn't see it clearly in the darkness, just a hulking silhouette. But I could see those eyes, glowing like toxic fireflies in the gloom. "Get out of my house!" I screamed, more from terror than courage. The thing responded with a roar that seemed to vibrate through my entire body. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard. It was like multiple sounds layered together, a deep bellow with a higher, almost human scream on top of it. Then it charged up the stairs. I fired the shotgun. The blast was deafening in the enclosed space. The creature stumbled but didn't fall. I pumped and fired again and again. It kept coming, though each shot seemed to slow it. Dark liquid sprayed from its body with each impact, some red, some that yellowish stuff I'd seen on the fence. When it reached the top of the stairs, I got my first clear look at it in the beam of my dropped flashlight. God, I wish I hadn't. Its body was covered in matted, patchy fur, with areas of exposed skin that seemed to be rotting or peeling away. Its head was the worst part, like a deer skull but wrong, too elongated and topped with antlers that twisted in unnatural directions. Some points of the antlers seemed broken, with that same yellowish fluid oozing from the breaks. Its mouth was full of teeth that didn't match, like it had multiple different types all crammed together. I fired my last shell directly at its face. The thing howled and thrashed, slamming into the walls hard enough to crack the plaster. It backed away, making those clicking sounds again, but faster now, almost frantic. It stumbled down the stairs, leaving smears of fluids on the wall and floor. I heard it crash through the remains of the front door, and then silence. I was too terrified to follow or even look out the window. I just reloaded my shotgun with shaking hands and waited for it to return. It didn't come back that night. When morning finally came, I found my house in shambles. The front door had been ripped completely off its hinges. There were bullet holes in the walls and fluid smears everywhere. Red blood, yellow ooze, and something black that seemed to sizzle slightly when I got close to it. The trail led back to the forest, with more of those strange footprints and fluid droplets marking its path. I followed just far enough to make sure it had really gone into the woods, then retreated to the house. I called my parents that morning and made up a story about a break-in. They came home the next day, and we reported it to the police, who assumed it was vandals or thieves. I didn't tell them about the creature. How could I? We sold most of the cattle after that. I left for college that fall, earlier than I'd planned. I still check in with my parents every few days, asking casual questions about missing livestock or strange noises. They haven't reported anything unusual, but sometimes when I call late at night, I can hear that silence in the background, that unnatural, waiting silence, and I know deep in my gut that it's still out there, still watching our farm, still waiting. And the worst part? Sometimes, on windy nights, I swear I can smell that same putrid stench outside my dorm room window, even though I'm 200 miles away. Like it found me, like it followed me, like it's learning. I've sat on this for 3 years, constantly telling myself I'm overreacting or that my mind played tricks on me. But after seeing 3 separate news reports about missing hikers in Pinewood, I can't stay quiet anymore. Maybe writing this down will help me process what happened, or maybe it'll serve as a warning. Either way, here goes. Back in 2020, I was working as a counselor at Camp Evergreen, this summer camp for 10-14-year-old kids in northwestern Oregon. The camp itself wasn't anything special, just your typical outdoor experience with cabins, a mess hall, and activities centered around a small lake. What made it unique was its location. Pinewood Forest is massive, and a lot of it isn't properly mapped because it's privately owned by logging companies who haven't bothered to develop most of it. I'd been a counselor there for 3 summers, mainly because the pay was decent, and I liked the other staff. That summer, there were 8 of us counselors, plus the camp director, handling about 40 kids. We had this tradition called Monster Night that happened midway through each 2-week session. Basically, counselors would take turns dressing up as monsters and hiding in the woods, while groups of kids, led by the remaining counselors, would go on a guided night hike with flashlights. The monsters would jump out and scare them. Nothing too intense, just enough to give them a thrill. That night started like any other monster night. We drew straws to see who'd be monsters, and I got picked along with Emma and Darius. We grabbed our costumes from the supply shed. I chose this lame werewolf mask with patchy fur and some gloves with plastic claws. Emma went with a ghost thing, and Darius picked some kind of zombie get-up. We split up to cover different parts of the trail, with me taking the furthest section near what we called the Hollow, which was just this clearing about half a mile from the main camp. The weather was perfect for it. No rain, but cloudy enough that there wasn't much moonlight. I positioned myself behind this fallen tree at the edge of the clearing, planning to jump out when I heard kids approaching. I turned off my flashlight to stay hidden and settled in to wait. That's when I noticed something wasn't right. At first, it was just a feeling of being watched. The forest was quieter than it should have been. No crickets, no rustling leaves, just dead silence. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, that I was just psyching myself out because of the whole monster vibe. But then I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. About 30 yards away between 2 pine trees, something dark shifted. It was just a glimpse, there and gone. I figured it was probably Darius trying to mess with me. So I called out in a low voice, "Dude, stick to your section." No response. I switched my flashlight on and pointed it at the spot, but there was nothing there. I scanned the tree line but didn't see anything unusual. Turning the light off again, I tried to refocus on my hiding spot, but a minute later, I saw it again. A shadow moving between trees, closer this time, maybe 20 yards away. My heart started beating faster. I flicked on my flashlight again, sweeping it across the woods. Nothing, just trees and undergrowth. "Hello?" I called out, loud enough that if it was one of the other counselors, they'd definitely hear me. Still nothing. I was starting to get seriously uneasy. I checked my watch. The first group of kids wouldn't reach my section for at least another 15 minutes. I decided to do a quick sweep of the area just to settle my nerves. As I stood up, I heard a soft thudding sound from the other side of the clearing. Thud, 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 rhythmic, like something hitting wood. I pointed my flashlight in that direction, but couldn't see the source. I took a few steps forward, and that's when I spotted it. Near a massive old pine tree at the far edge of the clearing stood a figure. At first glance, I thought it might be Emma or Darius playing a trick. But as I adjusted my flashlight, I realized this wasn't anyone I knew. The figure was about my height, but hunched forward. It had what looked like a dirty burlap sack covering its torso, stained dark in patches. Where its head should have been, there were plastic shopping bags wrapped around repeatedly, like a makeshift hood or mask. Its arms and legs were visible, caked in dried mud that made them look almost bark-like in the flashlight beam. And it was repeatedly tapping its forehead against the tree trunk. Thud, thud, thud. I froze completely. This wasn't part of Monster Night. None of our costumes looked anything like this, and the way it was moving, that mechanical tapping, made my skin crawl. "Hey!" I shouted, trying to sound authoritative instead of terrified. "Who are you? This is private property." The tapping stopped. The figure went completely still. Then, with a jerky movement that didn't look right, it turned its head toward me. The plastic bags crinkled with the motion. It took one deliberate step in my direction. I didn't wait to see what happened next. Every instinct screamed danger, and I ran. I sprinted straight back toward camp, not caring about the branches whipping my face or the roots threatening to trip me. I just ran. At one point I glanced back and thought I saw movement in the trees behind me, but I couldn't be sure. I didn't stop to check. I burst into the counselor cabin, gasping for breath. Mike and Jessica were there prepping the kids for the night hike, and they both jumped when I came crashing in. "Dude, what happened to you?" Mike asked, staring at my face. I touched my cheek and realized I was bleeding from a branch scratch. I tried to explain, stumbling over my words. "There's someone out there, not one of us, wearing like a burlap sack and plastic bags, tapping their head against a tree." Jessica immediately went into responsible mode. Wait, are you saying there's a stranger in the woods, near the kids' hiking trail?" "Yes, by the hollow. They moved like wrong, not normal." Mike looked skeptical. "Could it have been Darius or Emma trying to scare you?" "No way. This was nothing like our costumes, and they were covered in dried mud like caked on their skin." Jessica called for the camp director while Mike radioed Darius and Emma to come back to camp. When they arrived a few minutes later, it was obvious from their appearance that neither could have been the figure I saw. Emma was still in her white sheet ghost costume, and Darius was wearing his zombie makeup, green face paint and torn clothes, nothing like what I'd described. The camp director, Keith, decided we should cancel Monster Night and keep all the kids in the mess hall for a movie night instead. He and Mike took flashlights and walked the perimeter of camp, but found nothing suspicious. When they returned, Keith suggested it might have been a homeless person camping in the woods, or maybe even another counselor from a different camp trying to pull a prank. I knew it wasn't either of those things. Whatever I saw felt wrong in a way I couldn't fully explain. That night, I barely slept. Every noise outside the cabin made me tense up. I kept seeing that figure in my mind, the jerky way it moved, the dirty burlap, those plastic bags wrapped around its head. The next morning I pulled Jessica aside. She was the most level-headed person on staff, and I knew she wouldn't blow me off. I told her I wanted to go back to the hollow to check something out, but didn't want to go alone. She agreed to come with me. We waited until the kids were all busy with morning activities, then slipped away with the excuse of checking trail markers. We brought walkie-talkies and a camping hatchet, just in case. The walk to the hollow felt much longer in daylight, each step making my stomach knot tighter. When we reached the clearing, everything looked normal at first. Birds were chirping, sunlight filtered through the trees. It was hard to imagine the creeping dread I'd felt the night before, but I knew what I'd seen. "It was over there," I said, pointing to the large pine tree on the far side. "That's where it was standing." Jessica followed me across the clearing. As we got closer to the tree, I noticed something odd about the bark at about eye level. There were marks on it, indentations that looked fresh. "Look at this," I said, running my fingers over the damaged bark. "This is where it was hitting its head." Jessica frowned. "Could have been a woodpecker or something." "Woodpeckers don't make marks like this," I insisted. We examined the area around the tree, looking for footprints or any other signs. I was about to give up when Jessica gasped. "Tyler," she said, her voice tight. "Look up." I followed her gaze up the trunk of the tree, and that's when I saw it. About 7 feet off the ground, nailed to the tree, was a rabbit. Not a whole rabbit, a skinned one, its pale pink flesh exposed to the air, rotting. It had been there for at least a day or two. The fur was gone except for patches on its paws, and its eyes were open, glassy and vacant. My stomach lurched. What the fuck? Jessica took a step back. We need to tell Keith and maybe call the police. We reported everything to Keith when we got back. He called the local sheriff's department and a deputy came out that afternoon. The deputy listened to my story, took some notes, then went with Keith to check out the tree. When they returned, the deputy's explanation was that it was probably just teenagers playing a gross prank. He said they sometimes got reports of dead animals being left in the woods, usually by local kids trying to be edgy. But what about the person I saw? I pressed. The deputy shrugged. Could have been someone in a costume trying to scare you. These woods attract all types. I wanted to argue more, but I could tell he wasn't taking it seriously. Keith suggested we move the kids' activities to the lakeside of camp for the rest of the week, just to be safe. We didn't tell the kids what happened, no need to scare them, but all the counselors were on high alert. For the remaining 3 days of camp, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I caught myself constantly scanning the tree line, expecting to see that figure standing there. At night, I'd wake up at every little sound. The other counselors, except Jessica, started treating me like I was paranoid. I overheard Darius joking that I'd gone full Blair Witch, but Jessica believed me. The night before we were set to leave, she confided that she'd been hearing strange noises coming from the woods at night, not animal sounds, but something else she couldn't quite place. Like plastic crinkling, she said quietly, and sometimes tapping. On our final day, as we loaded the kids onto buses, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I couldn't wait to get back to the city, away from Pinewood Forest and whatever lurked in its depths. As our caravan pulled away from camp, I looked out the window at the dense wall of trees. For just a second, I thought I saw something move in the shadows, a dark shape shifting between trunks. But then it was gone. The police never investigated further. The camp director called me a week later to say they'd checked the area again and found nothing. The dead rabbit was gone, and there were no other signs of disturbance. He suggested maybe I'd been more stressed than I realized and had blown things out of proportion. But I know what I saw. I know that whatever was in those woods wasn't human, at least not entirely. The way it moved, that deliberate step toward me, the grotesque display with the rabbit, it all points to something darker than a homeless person or prankster. I've avoided camping since then. I turned down invitations to hikes. I've even had nightmares where I'm back in that clearing. But this time when the figure takes a step toward me, I can't move. I'm frozen in place as it comes closer, the plastic bags crinkling with each jerky step. 3 weeks ago, I saw a news report about hikers going missing in Pinewood Forest. Then another one last week, and a third just yesterday. The reports mention personal belongings found scattered through the woods, but no signs of the hikers themselves. The police are blaming it on people getting lost, maybe falling into ravines or succumbing to exposure. But I know better. Whatever I encountered that night is still out there, in those unmapped sections of forest. And it's getting bolder. I've thought about contacting the authorities again, but what would I say? That I saw some mud-covered person with a bag on their head 3 years ago, and I think they're kidnapping hikers now? They'd think I was crazy. So I'm writing this down instead, putting it out there as a warning. If you're planning a trip to Pinewood Forest, especially the western section near Camp Evergreen, please reconsider. And if you do go, and you hear a rhythmic tapping sound in the woods at night, run. Don't look back. Don't try to investigate. Just run. Because I still don't know what would have happened if that thing had reached me. And I hope I never find out. I'm writing this with Kyrie curled against my leg, twitching in her sleep again. It's been 3 months since that day in the Utah mountains, and neither of us is the same. I've spent weeks debating whether to share what happened, but I need to put it somewhere, even if no one believes me. I need to get it out of my head. I consider myself an experienced hiker. I've been exploring trails across the western states for years, and I'm no stranger to wildlife encounters or remote locations. I prefer solitude when hiking. Just me and Kyrie, my 3-year-old German shepherd, who's been my trail buddy since she was old enough to handle longer walks. We typically stick to established paths, but I occasionally look for lesser-known spots to avoid crowds. That's how I found the trail that changed everything. I was browsing all trails one night, looking for somewhere new near the Wasatch Range. I stumbled across a listing I'd never seen before, despite having hiked that area extensively. The description was minimal, just coordinates, an estimated length of 6.7 miles, and moderate difficulty rating. There was only one review. Good. No photos, no details. Looking back, those should have been red flags, but at the time it just seemed like an undiscovered gem. The drive there took longer than expected. I followed my GPS down increasingly narrow roads until I reached what looked like an unmarked Forest Service road, barely wide enough for my Subaru. After about 20 minutes on this rough track, I spotted a tiny clearing that could maybe fit 3 cars if they parked carefully. There was no signage, just a faint path leading into the trees. I checked my phone against the coordinates. This was it. It was around 10 a.m. when Kyrie and I started on the trail. The weather was perfect. Mid-60s, slight breeze, not a cloud in sight. I had Kyrie on her leash initially as the path started with a pretty steep climb through dense pines. The trail itself was narrow but clear enough to follow, though it obviously didn't see much foot traffic. The forest was thick with that rich pine smell, and the morning sunlight filtered through the branches in a way that always brings me peace. We didn't see another soul, which wasn't surprising given how hidden this place was. After about 30 minutes of steady hiking with no sign of other people, I let Kyrie off leash, something I only do when we're well away from crowds or roads. She stayed close, occasionally running ahead to investigate something interesting before circling back to check on me. Her tail was high and wagging. She was in her element. The path eventually leveled out and opened into what I can only describe as one of the most beautiful meadows I've ever seen. It was maybe half a mile across, ringed by towering pines, with mountains rising majestically in the background. Wildflowers dotted the tall grass, and I could hear the distant sound of rushing water, a waterfall somewhere ahead, according to my map. The morning sunlight bathed everything in a golden glow. It was breathtaking. We paused at the edge of the meadow so I could take some water and snap a few photos. Kyrie was sniffing around happily, occasionally bounding into the grass after grasshoppers. Everything felt so perfect, so peaceful. That's when everything changed. Kyrie suddenly froze, her entire body going rigid. Her ears perked forward, and her focus locked on something across the meadow. At first I thought she'd spotted a rabbit, or maybe a deer. Normal wildlife encounters that usually get her attention. But this was different. I'd never seen her posture like that before. It wasn't her hunting stance or her playful pose. Every muscle in her body was tense. Then she did something I'd never heard before, a low whimper that turned into a nervous whine. I scanned the meadow, following her gaze, and that's when I noticed the smell. It hit me suddenly, an overwhelming stench of rot and decay, like roadkill baking for days in summer heat, but somehow worse, more alien. My eyes watered from the intensity. Then I saw it. Standing in the middle of the meadow was what initially looked like an enormous buck. Even from a distance, I could tell it was massive, easily the largest deer I'd ever seen, with a rack of antlers that seemed impossibly sprawling. But something wasn't right about its proportions. Its limbs seemed too long, too thin, and despite the distance between us, I felt like it was staring directly at me. Kyrie's whining intensified, and her hackles rose, something she only does when she senses real danger. I reached for her collar, suddenly feeling the need to keep her close. The deer thing turned to face us squarely, and that's when I knew with absolute certainty this was no ordinary animal. My grandmother was half Ute, and she used to tell me stories about the wilderness when I was a kid. Stories about creatures that stalked the mountains, especially the Wendigo. I'd always thought they were just tales meant to keep children from wandering too far into the woods. In that moment, every story she'd told me came flooding back. The creature stood on its hind legs. I can't properly convey how wrong this looked. A deer standing upright, reaching a height that must have been over 9 feet. Its front legs dangled at its sides like arms, ending in what looked like gnarled, bony hands with elongated fingers. The antlers stretched wider than I'd initially thought, branching out like twisted, gnarly tree limbs. But what's burned into my memory is its face, still deer-like but with human-like eyes, and a mouth that opened far wider than any deer's should, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Then, and I know how this sounds, I heard a voice in my head, not audibly, but clear as day inside my mind. I am the one of this land. The voice felt ancient and cold, like winter wind whistling through dead trees. It didn't sound like words so much as it felt like concepts being forced directly into my consciousness. For a moment I was frozen in disbelief. Then the thing charged. It moved with impossible speed, covering half the meadow in seconds, not running like a deer on 4 legs, but in a bizarre, loping gait on its hind legs that defied natural movement. The stench grew overwhelming as it approached. I screamed and called for Kyrie, turning to run back the way we came. Kyrie was already ahead of me, disappearing into the trees. I've never run so fast in my life. The trail suddenly seemed narrower, the undergrowth thicker. Branches whipped at my face and arms as I sprinted, my lungs burning. I could hear it behind me, not the sound of hooves, but something heavier, more deliberate. A rhythmic thudding punctuated by cracking branches and a wet, snuffling sound. The path forked unexpectedly, something I hadn't noticed on our way in. I veered right without thinking, following a narrower trail that plunged downhill through dense brush. Thorns tore at my hiking pants as I crashed through, my only thought being to put distance between me and that thing. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only minutes, I realized I couldn't hear it anymore. I paused, gasping for breath, and listened. Nothing but my own pounding heartbeat and ragged breathing. Then I realized something else. Kyrie wasn't with me. "Kyrie!" I called out, my voice cracking with panic. "Kyrie!" Silence, then a faint whimper from somewhere to my left off the trail. I scrambled in that direction, calling her name repeatedly. I found her huddled under a fallen log, shaking violently. When she saw me, she crawled out, and my heart dropped. Her neck was covered in blood, a deep gash visible through her thick fur. I knelt beside her, frantically examining the wound. It was bad, a clean slice about 4 inches long, deep enough that I could tell it needed immediate veterinary attention. But we were miles from the car, and something was hunting us. As I was trying to comfort Kyrie and figure out what to do, I heard it again, that heavy, unnatural footfall now circling somewhere nearby. The stench returned, stronger than before. I spotted movement through the trees, that massive antlered silhouette moving deliberately, scanning the forest. It was between us and the path back to the car. We were trapped. That's when I remembered the waterfall I'd heard earlier. If we could reach it, maybe we could find a spot to hide or at least a different route out. I grabbed Kyrie's travel backpack from my shoulders. I always pack it with her food, water, and first aid supplies, and used a clean bandana to apply pressure to her wound. She whimpered but stayed still, seeming to understand the gravity of our situation. "We have to move, girl," I whispered, helping her to her feet. She was unsteady but mobile. We began creeping toward the sound of rushing water, moving as quietly as possible. Kyrie stayed right against my leg, her body trembling. Every few steps, I'd pause to listen and scan our surroundings. The creature seemed to be moving parallel to us, as if it knew where we were headed, but was taking its time. Then suddenly, it stepped into view about 50 yards ahead of us, even more horrifying up close. Its skin was a mottled grayish-brown, stretched too tight over its frame, with patches missing entirely, revealing what looked like blackened muscle beneath. The humanoid eyes were milky white, but somehow tracking our every movement. Its chest heaved with labored breathing, and a thick, dark fluid dripped from its mouth. "I am the one of this land," that voice pressed into my head again, more insistent this time. In pure desperation, I did the only thing I could think of. I unzipped Kyrie's backpack, pulled out the plastic container of raw ground beef I'd packed for her dinner. She eats a partial raw diet, and hurled it as far as I could in the opposite direction of the waterfall. The creature's head snapped toward the sound of the container hitting the ground. It hesitated, looking between us and where the meat had landed. That moment of distraction was all we needed. I scooped up Kyrie despite her size. Adrenaline gave me strength I didn't know I had, and ran toward the sound of the waterfall. We broke through the tree line to find a 30-foot waterfall cascading into a small pool below. The water thundered down over a recessed rock face, creating a small space behind the falls. Without hesitation, I waded into the freezing water, Kyrie still in my arms, and pressed ourselves into that space behind the cascade. The cold was shocking, but I barely registered it. Through the curtain of water, I could see the clearing. Minutes passed that felt like hours. Then the vegetation at the edge of the clearing parted, and it emerged, scanning the area with those terrible eyes. It moved to the edge of the pool, its reflection distorting in the rippling water. It was searching, head swiveling unnaturally on its elongated neck. Then it looked directly at our hiding spot behind the falls. I held my breath, pressing further against the slippery rock wall, cradling Kyrie's shivering body against mine. A long, gnarled arm extended toward the waterfall, fingers stretching impossibly, as if the joints were merely suggestions rather than physical limitations. The hand was inches from breaching the water curtain when a sound echoed from deep in the forest, a shrill, unearthly screech that made my blood run cold. The creature froze, then slowly withdrew its hand. Its head rotated toward the sound. For a moment it stood perfectly still. Then it locked eyes with me through the waterfall and projected once more. "I am the one of this land." It retreated to where I'd thrown the meat container, picked it up with those horrible hands, and in one motion crushed it and devoured the contents, plastic and all. Then it dropped to all fours and bounded into the forest with unnatural speed toward the source of that other cry. I don't know how long we stayed hidden behind that waterfall, long enough that my limbs went numb from the cold. When I finally found the courage to emerge, The forest was silent, except for the natural sounds of water and wind. Kyrie was weak from blood loss and cold, her breathing shallow. The journey back to the car is a blur in my memory. I carried Kyrie as much as I could, only putting her down when my arms gave out. Every sound made me jump, every shadow seemed to move. But somehow we made it back to the parking area without encountering the creature again. I drove straight to the nearest emergency vet, breaking speed limits the entire way. They rushed Kyrie into surgery immediately. The vet later told me the wound was unlike anything she'd seen before, clean-edged but deep, as if made by a single, incredibly sharp claw or tooth. They actually found something embedded in the wound, what looked like a broken tooth fragment, about 4 inches long, curved and serrated. The vet suggested it might be from a bear, though she admitted she'd never seen a bear tooth quite like it. Kyrie survived, thank God. She needed over 50 stitches and lost a lot of blood, but she's resilient. The physical wounds have healed now, but the psychological ones remain. She refuses to go into the woods anymore. She sleeps pressed against me every night, often waking with those same whimpering sounds she made in the meadow. As for me, I've been diagnosed with PTSD. I have nightmares almost nightly, that voice echoing in my head, those milky eyes staring at me through the waterfall. I've tried researching what we encountered, scouring both scientific resources and Native American folklore. The closest match is always the Wendigo, but even those descriptions don't capture what we saw. The strangest part? When I went to write a warning review on all trails the next day, the listing was gone, completely vanished. I've tried searching by the coordinates, by nearby landmarks, by anything I can remember, but it's as if that trail never existed. I don't hike alone anymore. I stick to popular trails with plenty of other people around, but even surrounded by crowds, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Sometimes when the wind blows just right, I catch a whiff of that rotting smell and freeze in place, my heart racing. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I know how it sounds. But if you're hiking in Utah and come across an unmarked trail with minimal information, please turn around. Some places aren't meant to be found. Some lands have guardians that don't welcome visitors. And if you ever feel like something's watching you from the trees, if you ever hear a voice in your head claiming ownership of the land, run. Don't look back. Don't try to understand. Just run. Because I am absolutely certain of one thing. Whatever we encountered that day is still out there, still hunting. And I am equally certain that next time we won't be lucky enough to escape. I've been an avid hiker and camper all my life. My parents took me on my first camping trip when I was just 4 years old, and I've been hooked ever since. There's nothing like the smell of pine trees, the crunch of leaves under your boots, and the absolute serenity that comes with being disconnected from the chaos of everyday life. At least, that's what I used to think. I've hiked through dozens of national parks and forests throughout California. Yosemite, Sequoia, Redwood, you name it. I've probably been there with my German shepherd Yuri. He's been my loyal companion on these adventures since he was a puppy, and we've got a pretty good system going. He's always been an excellent trail dog, calm, alert but not anxious, playful but obedient. Looking back, I should have trusted his instincts that day in Mendocino National Forest. It was a Tuesday in late September, perfect hiking weather. Not too hot, not too cold. I had a few days off work and decided to take a solo trip to Mendocino. I'd been there once before, but only on the main trails. This time, I wanted to explore some of the more remote areas. I packed up my Subaru with camping gear, plenty of water, food for Yuri and me, and my emergency kit. I always come prepared. first aid supplies, satellite phone, the works. I'd learned years ago that cell service in these areas was spotty at best, non-existent at worst. The drive to the forest was uneventful. I had my coffee, windows rolled down, some folk music playing softly on the radio. Yuri was in the back seat, his head hanging out the window, tongue lolling happily in the breeze. But as we approached the forest entrance, something felt off. I can't really explain it. It was like that feeling you get when you think someone's watching you, but when you turn around, no one's there. I brushed it off as pre-adventure jitters. Maybe I was just excited to explore new territory. The main road through the forest was well maintained, but I soon turned onto one of the Forest Service roads, basically glorified dirt paths that wind through the more remote areas. As we drove deeper into the forest, the trees got thicker, and the sunlight filtering through the canopy became dappled and strange. That's when I noticed Yuri's behavior changing. Normally on these trips, he relaxes in the back seat, occasionally perking up at a squirrel or deer we pass. But his ears kept flicking back and forth, his posture rigid. He wasn't whining or barking, just listening intensely. I glanced at him in the rearview mirror and said, "What's up, buddy? You smell something?" He didn't respond to my voice the way he usually would. His eyes were fixed on the passing trees. I felt that same prickle of unease I'd experienced earlier, but stronger now. Still, I pressed on. The road got rougher, the bumps jostling us as we climbed higher into the forest. Every so often, I'd check the GPS to make sure we were still on a marked road. The last thing I wanted was to get stuck out here. About an hour in, I came to a clearing that overlooked a bluff. It seemed like a good place to stop, stretch our legs, and let Yuri do his business. I pulled over and cut the engine. The silence that followed was immediate and unsettling. Usually in forests, there's a symphony of sounds, birds calling, insects buzzing, leaves rustling in the breeze. But here there was nothing. Absolute stillness. "Come on, Yuri," I said, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet. "Let's check this place out." As soon as I opened the car door, the stillness broke, but not in a good way. Yuri let out a low growl, something he rarely does. I looked where he was looking and saw nothing but trees and underbrush. But then I noticed something at the edge of the clearing, a dead squirrel surrounded by what looked like broken glass shards. I approached cautiously. The squirrel didn't appear to have been killed by a predator. There were no visible wounds, no blood. It was just dead, eyes open, body intact. And the glass, it wasn't random. It was arranged in a sort of semicircle around the animal, like someone had deliberately placed it there. "What the hell?" I muttered, crouching down for a closer look. The glass fragments were clear but thick, not like a beer bottle or window glass, more like the kind you'd find in specialized equipment. Yuri wouldn't come near it. He stood about 10 feet away, hackles raised, that continuous low growl emanating from his throat. I whistled for him to come, but he wouldn't budge. "All right, let's keep moving then," I said, heading back to the car. Yuri practically jumped into the back seat, still rigid with alertness. I decided to continue up the road a bit further. The map showed a promising campsite about 5 miles ahead, near a small lake. As we drove, I couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness that pervaded everything. The trees seemed to lean in over the road more than they should. The shadows were too deep, too dark for midday. And then I started noticing more dead animals. Not many, but enough to be bizarre. A robin on the side of the road, a raccoon that, like the squirrel, showed no signs of trauma, just empty, staring eyes. I slowed the car to look at one, a rabbit, and felt my stomach turn. Its position was too symmetrical, too arranged, like it had been placed there. I was about halfway to the supposed campsite when I heard it. Voices, male voices, arguing in hushed tones. I couldn't make out the words, but the sound was unmistakable. I stopped the car and rolled down the windows, straining to listen. They seemed to be coming from somewhere to the right of the road, deep among the trees, but I couldn't see anyone. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" The voices stopped immediately. The silence that followed was so profound it made my ears ring. Yuri was now standing on the back seat, staring intently in the direction the voices had come from, a continuous, almost inaudible whine escaping him. I should have turned around right then. Everything in me was screaming to go back. But curiosity, that damned human trait, pushed me forward. I wanted to know what was happening in this forest, who those voices belonged to, what was killing these animals. I drove another mile or so until I came to another clearing, this one smaller and surrounded by towering pines. I parked and sat for a moment, gathering my courage. Yuri was now alternating between growling and whining, clearly distressed. I reached back to pet him reassuringly, but my hand was trembling. "It's okay, boy," I lied. "We're just going to take a quick look around and then head back." I got out, leaving Yuri in the car this time. He didn't protest, which was unusual. Normally he'd be pawing at the window, eager to explore, but he seemed relieved to stay put. The clearing had a strange quality to it. The grass was flattened in a circular pattern, as if something heavy had been placed there and then removed. And at the center was a pile of bones, not scattered like you'd expect in nature, but stacked neatly, bleached white, as if they'd been there for years, but arranged so deliberately they had to have been placed recently. I approached slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. They appeared to be small animal bones, rodents, birds, maybe a fox or two, all clean of flesh, all stacked in this bizarre tower that rose about 2 feet high. Some of the bones had markings on them, not scratches from predators, but deliberate patterns, lines, circles, shapes I didn't recognize. And then the voices started again. Closer this time, right behind me it seemed. But when I spun around, there was nothing but trees. The voices were arguing more intensely now, though still too muffled for me to catch actual words. They sounded angry, urgent. That's when I saw it. A face peering at me from behind a tree about 30 yards away. Pale, almost white, with features that seemed slightly wrong somehow. The eyes were too large, the mouth too wide. It disappeared as soon as I spotted it, ducking behind the trunk with inhuman quickness. I ran back to the car, fumbling with my keys, my breath coming in short gasps. Yuri was now barking frantically, lunging against the window toward where I'd seen the face. I finally got the door open and threw myself inside, locking it immediately. "Did you see that?" I gasped, as if Yuri could answer. His barking confirmed that he had indeed seen something. I started the car with shaking hands and performed a hasty 3-point turn, nearly backing into a tree in my panic. As I accelerated down the dirt road, I swear I heard laughter, high-pitched and eerie, following us. The drive back seemed to take forever. Every shadow among the trees looked like a figure running alongside us. Every random sound the car made over the bumpy road sounded like voices. Yuri never stopped growling, his eyes fixed on the passing forest. When we finally reached the main road, I felt a rush of relief so intense it made me dizzy. I pulled over at the first safe spot and sat there, trying to process what had happened. What had I seen? Who had been arguing in the forest? What was with all those dead animals and that bizarre bone pile? I should have left right then, driven straight home and never looked back. But I didn't. I convinced myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe it was poachers or drug manufacturers with a lab deep in the woods. Maybe the pale face was just some hiker with a skin condition. Maybe the bone pile was some weird art installation. So I drove to the nearest town, found a motel, and checked in for the night. I felt safer surrounded by civilization, lights, and people. I took Yuri for a walk, fed him extra treats for being such a good boy, and tried to calm my racing mind. I told myself I'd go back in the morning, just a quick scouting trip to satisfy my curiosity, and then leave for good. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pale face watching me from behind the tree. I dreamed of bones stacked in impossible towers, reaching toward the sky. Morning came too soon, and not soon enough. I got up, showered, and packed my day bag, water, snacks, first aid kit, and my hunting knife. I wasn't a hunter, but I always carried it for emergencies. Today, I was glad for its weight on my belt. The drive back into the forest felt different in the morning light. The trees didn't seem as menacing, the shadows not as deep. But Yuri knew better. He sat rigid in the back seat, his anxiety palpable. "Just a quick look," I promised him. "Then we're out of here for good." I decided to park at a different spot this time, a small turnout about a half-mile from where I'd seen the bone pile the day before. I figured I'd approach on foot, scope things out, and leave before anyone or anything knew I was there. Yuri was reluctant to get out of the car this time, but he wouldn't let me go alone either. His loyalty overrode his fear. We set off through the trees, moving as quietly as possible. The forest was still unnaturally silent. No birds, no insects, just the sound of our footsteps on fallen leaves and Yuri's occasional sniff. About a quarter-mile in, we came across another dead animal, another rabbit. Like the others, it showed no signs of trauma, no blood, no wounds. It was just dead. Eyes open and glassy, body intact. I crouched down to examine it more closely. The fur was slightly damp, though it hadn't rained. And there was a smell, faint but distinct. Something chemical, almost antiseptic. As I stood up, movement caught my eye about 50 yards ahead. Something hunched and pale darted behind a fallen log. It moved in a way that seemed neither human nor animal, too fluid, too quick. Yuri saw it too and let out a growl that raised the hair on the back of my neck. It wasn't his normal warning growl. It was deeper, more primal. I should have turned back right then, but I didn't. I continued forward, hand on my knife. Yuri pressed against my leg. We moved slowly, my eyes scanning the forest for any sign of movement. After about 15 minutes of careful hiking, we reached the clearing with the bone pile. In the daylight, it looked even more disturbing. The bones gleamed unnaturally white against the dark earth, and I could now see that the patterns etched into them formed a cohesive design when viewed from above, a spiral that radiated outward from the center of the pile. The voices started again as soon as we entered the clearing. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing among the trees. They were arguing more intensely now, and although I still couldn't make out most words, I caught phrases, "not ready," and "too soon," and something that sounded like "the changing." Yuri's growl deepened, his body coiled as if ready to spring. I followed his gaze and saw it again. That pale face watching from between two tall pines about 40 yards away. But this time, it didn't duck away. It stared, unblinking, its two large eyes fixed on mine. And slowly, deliberately, its mouth stretched into a smile that was far too wide for any human face. That's when Yuri made a sound I'd never heard before, a guttural, almost roaring snarl that seemed to come from something twice his size. He lurched forward, but I grabbed his collar, terrified of what might happen if he reached that thing. "No, Yuri," I yelled. "Stay." The face disappeared again, but not before I saw others joining it. More pale faces emerging from behind trees, all with the same two wide mouths and oversized eyes. 5, 6, 7 of them, materializing like ghosts from the forest. I ran. I'd like to say I stood my ground or investigated further, but the truth is, I turned and ran as fast as I could, Yuri right beside me. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots trying to trip me. I could hear movement behind us, quick, light footsteps that gained on us with unnatural speed. The voices followed too, no longer arguing, but calling out in a language I didn't recognize. Sharp, clicking sounds interspersed with what sounded like backwards speech. I've never run so fast in my life. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but fear pushed me forward. Yuri stayed right with me, occasionally looking back and renewing his efforts with even greater speed. When we finally broke through the trees to where I'd parked the car, I was sobbing with relief. I fumbled with the keys, dropped them, snatched them up again with trembling fingers. All the while, I could hear those footsteps getting closer, those voices growing louder. We made it into the car just as something hit the back window with a dull thud. I didn't look to see what it was. I started the engine and floored it, the tires spinning on the dirt road before finally catching. As we sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror and immediately wished I hadn't. Standing in the middle of the road, growing smaller as we raced away, was a group of figures. Tall, thin, with limbs that seemed too long for their bodies. Their skin wasn't just pale, it was translucent, revealing shadowy outlines of what lay beneath. And they were all smiling those impossible too wide smiles. I didn't stop driving until we reached a gas station about 20 miles away, well outside the forest boundaries. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn off the engine. Yuri was in the back seat, still alert, but no longer growling. We'd escaped. We were safe. While sitting in that gas station parking lot, trying to calm my racing heart, I used my phone to research local legends about the Mendocino National Forest. What I found chilled me to the bone. There were stories, not many but enough, about forest people who could mimic human voices to lure hikers deeper into the woods, about pale creatures that collected bones and marked them with strange symbols, about whole groups of campers who ventured into remote areas and were never seen again. I don't know what lives in the deep parts of Mendocino Forest. I don't want to know. All I know is that I'll never go back there. Never. Sometimes at night I still hear those arguing voices in my dreams. I still see those pale faces watching from between the trees. And sometimes when I walk Yuri in the small wooded area near our house, he stops suddenly, hackles raised, staring into the shadows as if he sees something I can't. Whatever's in that forest is still there, watching and waiting for unwary travelers to venture too far from safety. And if you're reading this and thinking about exploring the remote areas of Mendocino, please take my advice. Stay on the main trails. Don't investigate strange sounds. And if the forest falls unnaturally silent around you, turn back immediately. Because something is watching in Mendocino. And I don't think it's human. Not anymore. I need to get this out in writing, even if it sounds crazy. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. I've been holding these memories in for too long, and they're eating me up inside. I used to be that person who rolled her eyes when people said they were afraid of the woods. Growing up in rural Pennsylvania, hiking was my escape, my therapy, my weekend routine. I'd hit the trails at least twice a week, sometimes solo, sometimes with friends. But mostly it was just me and my dog, Rex, this big, stocky mix of pit bull and lab with a golden coat and these soulful eyes that could melt your heart. Last April changed everything. I remember it was a Tuesday morning. I had taken the day off work specifically to enjoy the spring weather. The forecast promised clear skies, and I wanted to take advantage before the weekend crowds hit my favorite trail. I arrived at the trailhead around 7 a.m. The parking lot was empty except for my Honda, which wasn't unusual for a weekday morning. Rex was extra excited, doing his happy dance by the trunk while I laced up my boots. I remember checking my backpack, water bottle, trail mix, first aid kit, the usual stuff, before clipping Rex to his leash. The trail was a public footpath that wound through about 5 miles of state forest. I'd hiked it dozens of times before, knew every fork and clearing like the back of my hand. But something felt different that morning. I noticed it the moment we stepped onto the path. The woods were quiet, too quiet. Usually spring mornings are alive with sounds, birds calling, squirrels rustling through the underbrush, the distant tapping of woodpeckers. But that day, I could only hear our footsteps crunching on the path and the occasional breeze rustling the new leaves overhead. About a mile in, Rex started acting weird. He kept sniffing the air, his nose working overtime, and occasionally letting out these low growls that I'd rarely heard from him before. I checked our surroundings but didn't see anything unusual. Just trees, the narrow dirt path, and patches of wildflowers starting to bloom. "What is it, buddy?" I whispered, but he just kept sniffing and looking around, his body tense under my hand. We continued walking, but Rex's behavior made me uneasy. I found myself scanning the trees more carefully, listening harder for anything out of place. When we approached a shallow creek bed that crossed the trail, Rex suddenly froze. His ears perked up, and a low rumble started in his chest. I instinctively crouched down, tightening my grip on his leash. My heart was pounding for no reason I could explain, just this overwhelming feeling that something wasn't right. I scanned the area slowly, my eyes moving from tree to tree, bush to bush. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just the familiar landscape of early spring forest. Then I noticed movement overhead, a group of wild turkeys perched in the branches of an old oak tree about 30 yards ahead. They were completely still, their heads turned in the same direction, away from us. That's when I heard it, a slight rustling behind me, so faint I almost missed it. I turned slowly, my hand still gripping Rex's leash tight enough that my knuckles were white. There was a man standing there, maybe 15 feet away, dressed in high-end camouflage gear from head to toe. He was holding a compound bow, and his face was painted with dark streaks of green and brown. He hadn't been there seconds before. I was certain of it. He had materialized like a ghost from the underbrush. For a few seconds, we just stared at each other. He looked first at the turkeys, then back at me and Rex with undisguised annoyance. I realized immediately what had happened. He was hunting, probably illegally since I was pretty sure it wasn't turkey season yet, and we had just walked right into his setup. I expected him to say something, to curse at us for ruining his hunt, to ask what the hell we were doing there, anything. But he didn't make a sound. He just kept staring, his eyes cold and calculating. Then, without a word, he took a step backward, then another and another. With each step, he seemed to blend more into the foliage behind him until within seconds he had completely disappeared back into the underbrush. I didn't hear a single twig snap or leaf rustle as he went. He just vanished. I stood there for what felt like minutes, my pulse racing, Rex still growling softly beside me. The turkeys remained frozen in the tree. That's when it hit me. I had sensed this man's presence before I ever saw him. Something in my brain had picked up that we weren't alone, had registered danger before I could consciously identify it. It was like some primitive part of my brain had clicked on, an internal alarm system I didn't know I had. I turned around and headed back the way we came, walking quickly but trying not to run. Rex seemed relieved to be leaving. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was no sign of the hunter. Back at my car, I sat with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. The encounter had been strange, but ultimately explainable. Just a hunter annoyed that we'd spoiled his illegal turkey hunt. Nothing supernatural or truly threatening. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted for me that day. The realization that someone could be watching me in the woods without my knowledge, that I could be observed while thinking I was alone. It got under my skin in a way I can't fully explain. I told myself I was being dramatic. I went back to that trail several times over the next few months, though never alone. Always with hiking buddies, always in daylight, always with Rex. And nothing unusual happened until last October. The second incident was much worse, and it's the reason I haven't set foot on a hiking trail since. I had decided to try a different trail that day, one that ran along the edge of a suburban park before connecting to a wider nature preserve. It was known as a safe, easy walk, popular with joggers and dog walkers. The path was wide, mostly paved or covered with wood chips, with good visibility and regular benches. The perfect place to rebuild my confidence after the hunter incident had left me jumpy. It was a Tuesday afternoon, around 3 p.m. The weather was perfect, crisp autumn air, golden sunlight filtering through the red and orange leaves, the kind of fall day that normally lifts your spirits. The parking lot had only 2 other cars when I arrived. I let Rex out of the back seat, clipped on his leash, and headed toward the trailhead. I remember feeling optimistic, thinking this would be the hike that would help me fall back in love with the outdoors. But as soon as we stepped onto the path, that familiar unease returned. The trail was completely deserted. No joggers, no other dog walkers, not even the usual groups of after-school kids you'd expect at that time of day. "It's fine," I told Rex, who was already showing the same tense behavior from before. The vigilant sniffing, the low whines, the rigid posture. Just a quiet day. We continued walking. The trail followed the edge of a small stream for about half a mile before crossing it via a wooden footbridge. As we approached the bridge, I noticed something odd. The air smelled different. Not like the fresh, earthy scent of autumn leaves and soil that I expected, but something stale and musky, almost like wet fur left to dry in a closed room. I paused at the start of the bridge, looking around. The woods seemed to press in closer here, the trees creating a canopy that dimmed the afternoon light. Rex was pulling at his leash, trying to head back the way we came. "It's okay, buddy," I said, though I didn't believe it myself. I took a deep breath and stepped onto the bridge. That's when the silence hit me. No birds, no squirrels, no distant traffic sounds from the nearby road, nothing but the soft gurgle of the shallow stream below and the sound of my heart beginning to pound in my chest. We were halfway across the bridge when Rex froze, his eyes fixed on something in the trees beyond the opposite bank. He let out a whine that made the hair on my arms stand up. I followed his gaze but saw nothing at first, just the dense undergrowth and tree trunks. Then I heard it, the snap of a branch, followed by the rustle of leaves, like something large was moving through the brush. Then another snap, closer this time. Whatever it wasn't moving like a deer or any other forest animal I knew, The movements were too deliberate, too measured, like something trying to be stealthy but not quite managing it. I stood frozen on that bridge, debating whether to call out, "Hello?" The word formed in my mind but never made it to my lips. Some instinct told me not to reveal exactly where I was standing, not to confirm for whatever was out there that I had noticed its presence. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 30 seconds, I tugged gently on Rex's leash and continued forward. Every step on that wooden bridge seemed to echo impossibly loud. We reached the other side, and I forced myself to keep walking at a normal pace, though everything in me wanted to sprint back to the car. The path widened after the bridge, curving through a more open area before eventually circling back to the parking lot. I kept moving, my eyes constantly scanning the trees on either side. Rex stayed close to my leg, which was unusual for him. He typically liked to investigate every interesting smell along the trail. The strange, musky odor persisted, seeming to follow us. And now and then, I'd hear another snap of a twig or rustle of leaves, always just out of sight, always moving parallel to us through the woods. When the parking lot finally came into view, I nearly cried with relief. But my relief was short-lived when I realized it was now completely empty. The other two cars were gone. Just my Honda sitting alone under the cloudy sky that had moved in while we were on the trail. I quickened my pace, fumbling in my pocket for my keys as we approached the car. Rex was practically pulling me now, eager to get away from whatever presence had been shadowing us through the woods. I unlocked the car with shaking hands, opened the back door, and Rex jumped in immediately. As I closed his door and moved around to the driver's side, I had the overwhelming sensation of being watched. I couldn't help myself. I turned to look back at the trailhead one last time. That's when I saw it, a movement among the trees just at the edge of the parking lot, a lean silhouette standing partially hidden behind a thick tree trunk. I couldn't make out any features, just a dark, human-shaped figure, taller than average, unnaturally still. I blinked, and it was gone, like it had never been there at all. I got in my car, locked the doors, and started the engine with trembling hands. As I backed out of the parking space, I glanced in my rear-view mirror. The figure was there again, now standing fully in the open at the tree line. Still just a silhouette, still without discernible features, but unmistakably watching me. I hit the gas harder than I intended, the car lurching forward as I sped out of the parking lot. When I checked the mirror again on the main road, there was nothing but empty forest behind me. I've gone over that day hundreds of times in my mind since then. Was it a person, a hunter like before, a predator of a different kind, or was it something else entirely? I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just another hiker who happened to be taking the same path. Maybe it was a park ranger checking the trails. Maybe I was jumpy after the first incident and my mind was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I know what I felt, what Rex felt. Something was stalking us through those woods, something that didn't want to be seen but wanted us to know it was there. I sold most of my hiking gear the following week. Rex still gets his exercise, but we stick to the fenced dog park now, or well-populated walking paths in the middle of town. I've made up excuses when friends invite me camping or hiking. Work commitments, family obligations, anything to avoid admitting the truth, that I'm terrified of the woods now. Because the worst part isn't the memory of that figure watching me from the trees. It's the lingering certainty that if I went back to those woods, any woods, it would be waiting for me. That somehow I've been marked. Sometimes at night, when the house is quiet and dark, I catch myself staring out the window, at the line of trees at the edge of my backyard, and I can't shake the feeling that something out there is staring back, waiting for me to venture out again. It's been 6 months now. I don't think I'll ever hike again. Some part of me was left behind in those woods, and something else came home with me. Something I can't see, but I can feel watching. Always watching. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 3 weeks now, and I still break into cold sweats thinking about it. I need to write this down somewhere because it's eating me alive, and maybe someone here has encountered something similar. I don't know. Last month, I drove out to my grandparents' farm in rural Missouri for what was supposed to be a relaxing weekend visit. I hadn't been there in about 2 years. Not since before the pandemic, but with life finally settling back to normal and a long weekend off work, it seemed like the perfect time to go. They're getting older now, and these visits mean everything to them. The drive out there is about 3 hours from where I live in St. Louis, mostly on empty highways that eventually turn into increasingly narrow county roads. Cell service drops to almost nothing about 40 minutes before you arrive, which used to bother me, but now I actually look forward to disconnecting for a few days. As I pulled into their long gravel driveway, I immediately felt something off. I can't really explain it. The farmhouse looked exactly the same as always, white paint peeling in spots. The wooden porch sagging a bit more than I remembered. My grandfather's ancient Ford pickup parked under the big oak tree. But something felt wrong. I kept looking over at the tree line that borders their property to the north. It's dense woods that stretch for miles, mostly old growth that my grandfather says has been there longer than the county itself. As a kid, those woods were my playground every summer. My cousins and I would build forts, hunt for crawdads in the creek, and make up elaborate games. But sitting there in my car, engine idling, I felt this bizarre pull toward those trees, like they were watching me back. My grandparents came out onto the porch, waving and smiling, and the weird feeling passed. Grandpa helped me with my bags while Grandma had already prepared lunch. Her famous fried chicken and mashed potatoes that nobody in the family has ever been able to replicate. We sat around their kitchen table catching up, and everything felt normal again. I told myself I was just tired from the drive and maybe anxious about work stuff I'd left behind. After lunch, I decided to stretch my legs, told my grandparents I was going for a walk to reacquaint myself with the place. Grandma insisted I take a bottle of water and wear a hat because the sun's meaner than it looks today. Classic Grandma. I walked across the fields, past the old barn, which is basically just for storage now since they don't keep animals anymore, and found myself headed toward those woods. I wasn't even consciously choosing that direction. My feet just carried me there like I was on autopilot. The tree line started about a quarter mile from the house. As I got closer, I noticed how quiet it had gotten. In the country, there's usually a constant background of sounds. Birds, insects, distant farm equipment. But approaching those trees, everything just stopped. No birds, no cicadas buzzing, nothing. Just the sound of my own footsteps in the tall grass. I paused at the edge of the woods, suddenly remembering all the stories my grandfather used to tell us around the campfire. He'd grown up in these parts and knew all the local folklore. Some of it was the usual stuff, ghost stories about Civil War soldiers or tragic farming accidents, but there were other tales, weirder ones, about things that lived in these woods. Things that looked almost human but weren't quite right. Things that would appear when you were alone and vulnerable. As a kid, Those stories were thrilling, scary enough to make us huddle closer to the fire, but we all knew they were just stories meant to keep us from wandering too far from the farmhouse. Standing there now, though, at the edge of those silent woods, they suddenly felt less like stories and more like warnings. I took a few steps in. The temperature seemed to drop immediately, which made no sense because it was early June and about 85 degrees in the open field behind me. The canopy overhead was dense enough that the sunlight filtered through in patchy beams, creating this weird dappled effect on the forest floor. It was still mid-afternoon, but under those trees it felt like dusk. I followed what used to be a clear path, now mostly overgrown. My grandparents had mentioned that they rarely ventured into the woods anymore. My grandfather's knees weren't what they used to be, and my grandmother had developed a fear of ticks after a neighbor got Lyme disease. The path was still vaguely visible, though, winding between massive oak and hickory trees. About 10 minutes in, I heard a soft snap somewhere off to my left. I froze, listening. Nothing followed. Probably just a squirrel or something, I told myself, though I hadn't seen any wildlife at all since entering the woods. That's when I noticed the smell. It was faint at first, but undeniably there. A strange, sour odor, like damp leaves left too long in the sun, mixed with something else I couldn't identify. Something almost meaty. I wrinkled my nose and looked around, trying to locate the source, but it seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere. I should have turned back then. Everything in my body was telling me to. But there was also this weird, almost magnetic pull deeper into the woods. I felt like I was looking for something, though I had no idea what. The path curved around a massive fallen oak, its exposed roots creating a wall of dirt and twisted wood. As I stepped around it, the woods opened into a small clearing I didn't remember from childhood. In the center stood a single dead tree, completely bare of leaves, though it was summer. Its bark was blackened, as if it had been struck by lightning. Looking at that tree made my skin crawl. I stood at the edge of the clearing, unable to move forward, but also somehow unable to turn away. The silence in this spot was absolute. No wind, no distant sounds from the farm, nothing. Just my own breathing, which sounded unnaturally loud in my ears. I'm not sure how long I stood there, but eventually I snapped out of whatever trance I was in. The sun was noticeably lower, casting longer shadows through the trees. I needed to get back before my grandparents worried. I turned and hurried along the path, moving faster than before. That weird smell seemed stronger now, following me. Twice I thought I heard something moving parallel to me, just out of sight beyond the trees, but when I stopped to listen, the sound stopped too. By the time I emerged from the woods, I was practically jogging. The open field felt blindingly bright after the dimness under the trees, and I sucked in deep breaths of clean air. Looking back at the tree line, it appeared completely ordinary, just woods at the edge of a farm field. Nothing sinister about it. That night, after dinner, I tried asking my grandfather about the woods in a casual way. They seem different somehow, I said. Quieter than I remember. He gave me an odd look. Woods change, he said finally. Best to stick to the fields these days. When I asked why, he just shrugged and changed the subject. I slept poorly that night. My bedroom was on the second floor, with windows facing north toward the woods. I kept waking up, convinced I could hear something moving outside, but when I looked, there was nothing there, just moonlight on the empty field and the dark line of trees beyond. The next morning, I woke up determined to figure out what was going on. Maybe I was just letting my imagination run wild, or maybe there was actually something unusual about those woods. Either way, I needed to know. After breakfast, I told my grandparents I was going for another walk. My grandmother frowned slightly. "Don't go too far today," she said. "Storm's supposed to roll in this afternoon." The sky was clear blue without a cloud in sight, but I nodded anyway. This time, I walked directly to the woods, purposeful rather than drifting. The same unnatural silence greeted me at the tree line, and the same temperature drop as I stepped under the canopy. But now I was ready for it, watching and listening carefully for anything unusual. I followed the same path as yesterday, moving slowly, stopping frequently to listen. The strange smell was still there, but fainter than before. I reached the clearing with the dead tree and paused, studying it more carefully in the morning light. There were strange markings on the blackened trunk, not carvings exactly, but patterns in the bark that didn't look natural. They almost resembled symbols of some kind, though none I recognized. I was about to step closer to examine them when I heard it. My name. Someone called my name from deeper in the woods. "Alex?" It sounded like my mother's voice, which made absolutely no sense because my mom was 300 miles away in Chicago. The voice had a strange quality to it, too, like it was coming through bad reception, slightly distorted around the edges. I stood frozen, heart hammering in my chest. "Mom?" I called back, instantly regretting it. No response, just that heavy silence. Then movement caught my eye. About 20 yards beyond the clearing, partially hidden behind a wide tree trunk, was something. I can't accurately describe what I saw. My brain keeps trying to make it make sense, to fit it into familiar categories, but it won't work. It was tall, impossibly tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet. Its proportions were all wrong, limbs too long and thin. The skin looked like old leather, cracked and dry, stretched over a frame that was too large. But it was the face that made my blood turn to ice. It had features like a human face, but arranged wrong somehow. The eyes were too far apart, and they looked hungry. The mouth stretched wider than any human mouth should, revealing jagged, uneven teeth. As I watched, paralyzed, it shifted position. The movement was jerky, unnatural, accompanied by a bizarre crackling sound like branches snapping. It pressed itself against the tree, almost hugging the bark, those wrong eyes fixed on me. And then it spoke again in that distorted version of my mother's voice. "Alex, come here, honey." I ran. I don't remember deciding to run. Just suddenly I was crashing through the underbrush, no longer following the path, just desperate to get away. Branches whipped my face and arms. I tripped over roots and scrambled back up, certain that thing was right behind me. The woods seemed to go on forever. I couldn't find my way out. Every direction looked the same, just more trees, more shadows. My lungs burned and my legs were shaking, but I kept going, driven by blind panic. I have no idea how long I ran or which direction. Eventually, mercifully, I burst out of the tree line back into open field. I didn't stop running until I reached the farmhouse, slamming through the screen door and startling my grandparents in the kitchen. They stared at me wide-eyed, sweaty, covered in scratches, gasping for breath. I made up some story about disturbing a hornet nest, laughing it off as I cleaned up my scratches in the bathroom. I couldn't tell them what I'd really seen. I couldn't even process it myself. That night was the longest of my life. I pushed a chair against my bedroom door and kept the lights on, jumping at every creak of the old farmhouse settling. I kept seeing those unnatural eyes whenever I closed mine, kept hearing that twisted version of my mother's voice calling my name. I was absolutely certain that thing knew who I was, that it had been waiting for me specifically. And worse, that it could be anywhere, that it could look like anyone. I left early the next morning, making excuses about work. My grandparents seemed concerned, but didn't press me. As I drove away, I looked in my rearview mirror at the tree line, half expecting to see that tall figure standing at the edge, watching me go. I haven't talked to anyone about this. What would I even say? I saw a monster in the woods, something that knew my name and could mimic my mother's voice. I'd sound insane, but I know what I saw, and I know it was real. I haven't called my mom since it happened. I'm afraid to hear her voice and not be sure if it's really her. I haven't been sleeping well. Keep waking up thinking I smell that strange, sour odor in my apartment. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know why it called to me or how it knew me. But I can't shake the feeling that this isn't over. That somehow by entering those woods, by hearing it speak my name, I opened something that can't be closed again. And sometimes when my phone rings and I see my mother's name on the caller ID, I let it go to voicemail, because I'm not entirely sure it's her on the other end. I've been sitting here for the past hour trying to figure out how to start this. My hands are still shaking as I type. I need to get this off my chest because I can't talk to anyone about it without them thinking I'm crazy or on something. This happened last night, and I haven't slept since. I don't think I'll be able to for a while. So I was driving back from visiting my buddy Mike, who lives out in Rushville. It's this tiny town about an hour and a half from where I live. The drive there was fine. It was still light out, plenty of other cars on the road, but I ended up staying later than I planned. We were catching up, having some beers, not enough to impair my driving, I swear, and playing some video games. By the time I checked my phone, it was already past midnight. Mike offered to let me crash on his couch, but I had work in the morning and needed my uniform that was back at my apartment. So I decided to head back, thinking the drive would be quick since there'd be no traffic. I took Route 32 for a while, which was fine. It's a main road, still had some cars here and there. But then my GPS suggested this shortcut through these backcountry roads that would supposedly save me 20 minutes. In hindsight, I should have just stuck to the main highway, but I was tired and wanted to get home quickly. About 20 minutes after turning onto this back road, I realized I hadn't seen another car for a while, or a house, or any sign of civilization, really. The road turned from asphalt to this rough gravel, and trees started closing in on both sides. My headlights were the only source of light except for this half moon that was barely illuminating the tops of the trees. The radio started to get staticky, which was annoying because I was using it to keep myself awake. I kept trying to find a station, but it was just white noise. So I turned it off and rolled down my window to get some fresh air. I'm a smoker, so I lit one up, thinking the nicotine would help keep me alert. The silence out there was different than city silence, you know. It wasn't just quiet. It was like a vacuum. No crickets, no rustling leaves, nothing. Just the sound of my tires crunching on gravel and my engine humming. I remember checking my GPS and seeing I still had about 40 minutes until I got back to my apartment. The map showed this maze of back roads with barely any names, just county road numbers. The one I was on didn't even have that. It was just a thin gray line on the screen. As I approached this four-way intersection, I noticed there was only one stop sign on my side. I slowed down, looking both ways out of habit, but there was clearly no one around for miles. I didn't come to a complete stop, just that rolling stop you do when you know there's no one there. That's when everything changed. Just as I was accelerating through the intersection, something moved at the edge of my headlights to the right. At first, I thought it was a deer. We get a lot of those in this area, and hitting one would have been a nightmare that far from anywhere. But this wasn't a deer. It came bursting out from the tree line, moving in this weird, jerky way that didn't look like any animal I've ever seen. My headlights caught it full on for just a second, and what I saw made my blood freeze. This thing was tall, taller than a person, with these impossibly long, thin limbs. Its skin looked slick and grayish, but what really got me were its teeth. They caught the light and gleamed, way too many teeth, like they wouldn't all fit in its mouth properly. My first instinct should have been to brake, but something deeper took over. Some primal part of my brain screamed danger, and I floored it instead. The engine roared, and my old Civic lurched forward, but this thing, it kept pace with me. For a few terrifying seconds, it was running alongside my car. I was doing at least 45-50 mph by then, but it matched my speed effortlessly. I couldn't look directly at it because I was focused on the road, which had gotten worse, full of potholes. But I could see it in my peripheral vision. It was running on all fours one moment, then almost upright the next, moving in this fluid but wrong way. Then I remembered my window was down, completely down, from smoking earlier. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. There was nothing between me and that thing except empty air. One swipe of those long limbs and it could be inside the car with me. I fumbled for the window control, but I couldn't find it in my panic. The thing made this noise then. God, I still hear it when I close my eyes. It wasn't a growl or a scream. It was this guttural clicking sound that rose into something almost like speech, but not. Like someone trying to imitate words without knowing what they are. Then it lunged at my car. I jerked the wheel to the left, nearly losing control on the loose gravel. The back end of my car fish-tailed, and I felt more than saw the creature miss my window by inches. The car skidded sideways for a moment before I managed to straighten it out. My headlights swept across the trees, and in that brief moment, I saw more movement in there. I swear there was more than one of these things. I floored it again, pushing my poor car harder than I ever have before. The engine was screaming, and rocks were pinging against the undercarriage. I still couldn't find the damn window button because I was gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. I heard that sound again, that horrible clicking, gurgling noise, but it seemed to be falling behind me now. I risked a glance in my rearview mirror and saw it, or maybe another one, standing in the middle of the road, backlit by my taillights. It was so still, just watching me go. Then it dropped to all fours and disappeared into the darkness. I drove like hell after that. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel straight. I finally found the window button and closed it, then locked all the doors. Every shadow in the trees looked like one of those things ready to leap out. Every noise my car made sounded like claws on the roof. After what felt like hours but was probably only 15-20 minutes, I started seeing signs of civilization again. First a farmhouse with lights on in the distance, then eventually street lights, and finally I hit a main road with actual traffic. I was heading to my apartment, but I ended up going to my friend Jared's place instead. He lives closer to where I came out onto the main road, and I couldn't stand the thought of being alone. I nearly took his door off its hinges, knocking so hard. When he opened it, the look on his face told me everything I needed to know about how I appeared. Jared and two of our other friends, Ellie and Marcus, were hanging out watching some movie. They all just stared at me when I stumbled in. "Dude, what the hell happened to you?" Jared asked. I tried to explain. I really did. But as the words came out, I could hear how insane they sounded. How could I explain the wrongness of that thing, the way it moved, that terrible sound it made? Marcus exchanged looks with Ellie. "How much did you smoke tonight, man?" That pissed me off. "I'm not high. I know what I saw." "You said it was running as fast as your car," Ellie said gently. "That's physically impossible. Nothing can run 50 miles an hour." "A cheetah can hit 70, I shot back. But even as I said it, I knew that wasn't helpful. This wasn't Africa, and whatever I saw wasn't a cheetah. They let me stay the night, but I could tell they thought I was either hallucinating or making it up. Jared suggested I'd fallen asleep at the wheel for a second and dreamed it. Marcus implied I'd been smoking too much weed lately, which is ridiculous because I hardly ever smoke that stuff. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those teeth gleaming in my headlights. I could hear that sound it made. Around 4 a.m., I gave up and pulled out my phone. I started Googling local legends, cryptids, anything I could find about that area. At first, it was just the usual stuff. Bigfoot sightings from the 70s, ghost stories about old abandoned houses. But then I found this forum thread from about 3 years ago. Someone had posted about driving through rural Indiana and seeing what they described as a skinwalker. I'd never heard that term before, but as I read their description, my blood went cold. They described exactly what I saw: the unnatural movement, the too long limbs, the way it kept pace with their vehicle. I fell down a rabbit hole after that, reading every account I could find. Some people called them wendigos, others skinwalkers or fleshgates. The stories varied, but there were common elements. They were fast, they mimicked human behavior, but got it wrong somehow, and they hunted at night on lonely roads. One post really got to me. This guy claimed he'd been researching these things for years after his brother disappeared on a back road similar to the one I was on. He said they're attracted to solitary travelers, especially ones who are tired or distracted. He also said, and this is the part that made me feel sick, that they sometimes stalk their prey for days after an initial encounter. It's morning now. I haven't slept at all. I called in sick to work because there's no way I could function today. I'm still at Jared's place, but he had to go to work. I'm sitting here alone, jumping at every sound outside. Part of me wants to go back to that intersection in daylight, to prove to myself that I didn't imagine it or hallucinate it. Maybe see if there are footprints or some kind of evidence. But another part, the part that's keeping me rooted to this couch, is terrified of what I might find if I go back there, or what might find me. I keep checking the windows and doors to make sure they're locked. I've drawn all the blinds, but I can't shake this feeling that it followed me somehow, that it got my scent or something. I haven't told my friends the other part, that when I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw it standing in the road, it raised one of those long, wrong arms and pointed at me, like it was saying, "I see you, I know you, I'll find you." I don't know what to do now. I don't think the police would believe me. My friends already think I'm losing it. I can't go back to my apartment because it's on the second floor with a fire escape right outside my bedroom window. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to believe me. I need to know I'm not crazy. That thing was real. It was hunting me. And the worst part is, I don't think it's done. If anyone has encountered something similar or knows what these things are or how to protect yourself from them, please tell me. I don't think I can ever drive at night again, especially not alone. But I'm also afraid that's not going to be enough. That intersection is burned into my memory. I could find it again if I wanted to, though God knows I don't. But what if it remembers me too? What if it's already found out where I live? I keep thinking about those teeth, those impossible teeth, and that sound it made. like it was trying to talk but couldn't quite manage it. What if next time it figures out how? I've been trying to forget what happened that Thanksgiving at my grandmother's house when I was 9. But I can't shake it. I've never told the full story to anyone outside my family. They'd think I was making it up or just remembering some childhood nightmare. But it wasn't a dream. My grandmother lived in this old house in rural Pennsylvania, basically in the middle of nowhere. The forest behind her property was dense, the kind where the trees grow so close together that it gets dark by mid-afternoon. The house itself always gave me the creeps, especially with all those Native American masks my grandfather had collected before he died. They hung on every wall, and I swear their eyes followed you around the room. That particular Thanksgiving, my parents, my little sister Emma, and I arrived early in the morning after driving for about 4 hours. Most of the family was already there. My aunts, uncles, and cousins crowded into the old house. I was most excited to see my cousin Sam, who was 12 and the coolest person I knew. Sam had a Nintendo 64 that I was desperate to play, but my dad made us wait until after dinner. Grandma's house smelled like it always did, musty with undertones of sage and wood smoke. She had this weird obsession with cleansing the house with burning herbs. The turkey was already in the oven, and everyone was busy preparing the rest of the meal. My mom sent me outside to burn off some energy before dinner. Sam was already out there throwing a football with our other cousins. "Jamie, catch!" Sam yelled as soon as he saw me, hurling the football way over my head. I chased after it as it rolled toward the tree line. That's when I got that feeling. You know, the one where the hairs on your neck stand up, like someone's watching you. I looked into the trees but couldn't see anything, just shadows between trunks. Dinner was the usual chaos. Adults talking about boring stuff, kids fighting over drumsticks, and Grandma reminding everyone to be thankful. I scarfed down my food as fast as I could, because Sam had whispered to me during the meal, "Let's explore the woods after dinner." Now, we weren't supposed to go into the woods alone. That was a rule. Grandma was serious about it, always saying the forest wasn't safe for children who didn't know its ways. But Sam had heard from his dad about this massive rock ledge somewhere in the forest, and he was determined to find it. "It's like a cliff," he told me as we snuck out the back door while the adults were cleaning up. Dad says Native Americans used to use it for ceremonies and stuff. The November air was cold, but we had our jackets on. The sky was already turning that grayish-purple color that comes before sunset in late fall. We had maybe an hour of daylight left. "We should be quick," I said, already feeling nervous as we approached the tree line. "Mom will freak out if she notices we're gone." Sam just laughed. "Don't be such a baby, Jamie. We'll be back before they even finish the dishes." The woods were different that day. I'd been in them before with my dad to collect firewood, but never this far in, and never when the air felt so heavy. That's the only way I can describe it. Like the air itself was pressing down on us, making it harder to breathe or even think clearly. We followed what looked like a game trail, pushing through undergrowth that scratched at our jackets. About 15 minutes in, we came across this weird structure. It was old and half-collapsed, made of bent saplings forming a dome shape with rotting animal hides stretched over parts of it. "What is that?" I asked, stopping in my tracks. Sam approached it without hesitation. "Looks like an old sweat lodge. Native Americans use these for purification ceremonies. Cool." I didn't think it was cool. Something about it made my stomach turn. The animal hides were cracked and brittle with age, but they didn't look abandoned. They looked used recently. "Let's keep going," Sam said, already moving past it. "The ledge should be around here somewhere." We walked for another 20 minutes, going deeper than I'd ever been before. The trees seemed to close in around us, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every snap of a twig made me jump. Every rustle of leaves had me spinning around, expecting to see something. Finally, the ground started to slope upward, and we climbed over some fallen logs until we reached what had to be the rock ledge Sam's dad had mentioned. It was impressive, a natural rocky outcrop that jutted from the hillside, creating a shelf about 20 feet above the forest floor below. "Awesome!" Sam shouted, his voice echoing through the trees. I winced, suddenly wishing he would be quieter. We stepped cautiously to the edge and looked down. The slope continued below us, covered in leaf litter and fallen branches. That's when I saw it, about 30 feet below us, standing completely still among the trees. At first I thought it was just a person in ragged clothes, maybe a hunter or a hiker, but something about the way it stood, perfectly motionless, made my heart start hammering in my chest. "Sam," I whispered, grabbing his arm. "Look down there. Do you see that?" Sam squinted. "See what? That weird-shaped tree?" "No, it's a person or something," I hissed. As if it heard me, the figure slowly turned around. What I saw then has burned itself into my brain forever. It wasn't a human face. It was shaped like a moose's snout, but wrong somehow. Too elongated, covered in rough, patchy fur. The eye sockets were dark, impossibly dark, like holes punched into reality, and it was looking directly at us. I felt my entire body go cold. The thing knew we were there. It knew exactly who we were looking at it. I could feel its awareness, its intelligence radiating up the hillside like a physical force. Sam saw it too. I heard him suck in a sharp breath. "What the fuck is that?" he whispered, his voice cracking. The creature's head tilted slightly, like a curious dog. Then it took one step forward, its movement jerky and unnatural. That broke our paralysis. Sam grabbed my wrist and yanked me backward. "Run!" he screamed, and we both turned and sprinted away from the ledge. I've never run so fast in my life. Branches whipped at my face. I tripped over roots and stumbled through underbrush, but somehow stayed on my feet. Sam was just ahead of me, crashing through the forest like a terrified animal. Neither of us looked back. We just ran. I don't know how long we'd been running when we suddenly broke into a strange clearing I hadn't noticed on our way in. The trees formed a perfect circle around an open space where the grass grew in odd, concentric rings. Mushrooms sprouted in similar patterns. The air in the clearing had a greenish tinge to it, almost like a fog, but it wasn't quite visible, more like something you could feel. I felt an overwhelming urge to slow down. My legs got heavy, and a weird calmness washed over me. I wanted to stop running, to just sit down in one of those grass circles and wait. For what? I don't know. Sam seemed affected too. He slowed to a walk, his eyes unfocused. "Maybe we should rest," he mumbled, his voice sounding far away. Something in the back of my mind screamed that this was wrong, that we needed to keep moving. But my body wouldn't listen. That's when I heard my mom's voice, calling from somewhere in the distance. "Jamie, Sam, where are you? Dinner's over." Her voice broke whatever spell had fallen over us. Sam blinked rapidly, then grabbed my shoulder. "Jamie, come on," he hissed, and we started running again, this time in the direction of my mom's voice. We burst out of the tree line and into my grandmother's backyard, breathing hard, covered in scratches and dirt. My mom was standing on the back porch with her hands on her hips, looking annoyed rather than scared. "What were you two doing in the woods?" she demanded. "You know you're not supposed to go in there alone." Sam and I looked at each other, both knowing that telling the truth would sound insane. "We were just exploring," Sam said lamely. "Well, get inside and clean up. Your grandmother's about to serve pie, and you both look like you've been rolling in mud." In the bathroom, as we washed dirt from our hands and faces, Sam whispered, "Did you see that thing with the moose face?" I nodded, feeling sick just thinking about it. "What was it?" "I don't know," Sam admitted. "But we can't tell the adults. They'll think we made it up." "Or they'll be mad we went so far into the woods," I added. So we agreed to keep quiet. We rejoined the family for dessert, but I couldn't eat a bite. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that creature's face turning toward us, those empty eye sockets somehow still seeing us. After dessert, the adults settled in the living room to watch football and drink coffee. All the cousins, there were 8 of us in total, decided to play manhunt in the yard. It was getting dark, but the porch lights and a nearly full moon provided enough light to see by. Sam and I stuck together as we counted to 100 while the others hid. Then we separated to search the yard. I was nervous about going anywhere near the tree line, so I focused on checking behind the shed and around the parked cars. I found my younger cousin Lily hiding under the porch and tagged her. She joined me in searching for the others. We spotted my sister Emma behind a bush and were closing in on her when we heard a scream that made my blood freeze. It was my cousin Tyler, who had hidden near the edge of the woods. He came tearing across the yard, screaming at the top of his lungs. Behind him, standing at the tree line, was the creature from the forest. In the moonlight, I could see it clearly now. It was tall, much taller than any man, with a rack of antlers sprouting from its elongated head. Its limbs were wrong, too long and bent at odd angles. It stood perfectly still, watching Tyler run. All of us, every single cousin, saw it. We all froze for one terrible second, then broke into panicked screams and sprinted for the house. The adults rushed to the back door as we all tried to cram through at once, sobbing and yelling incoherently. My dad grabbed me by the shoulders. "Jamie, what's wrong? What happened?" Through tears, I managed to choke out, "There's something in the woods, by the trees. It has antlers and a moose face." All the cousins were telling the same story, our words tumbling over each other. The adults looked skeptical until my Uncle Dave went to the window and looked out toward the tree line. His face went pale. "Get away from the windows," he said quietly. "Mark, help me check all the doors." My dad and uncle went through the house, making sure every door and window was locked. They turned off the outside lights and most of the inside ones too. My grandmother stood in the corner of the living room, her eyes closed, lips moving silently as if reciting something from memory. The adults finally believed us, but that almost made it worse. The fear on their faces told me this was real, not just some kid's shared imagination. We all huddled in the living room. No one suggested going home. It was too dark now, and the thought of going outside was unbearable. My Aunt Kathy kept peeking through the curtains, then quickly closing them again. "It's still there," she whispered at one point, "just standing at the edge of the trees." My grandmother finally spoke up. Her voice sounded older than I'd ever heard it. "It shouldn't have seen the children," she said. "We've kept the peace for generations." "Mom, what are you talking about?" my father asked. "What is that thing?" She shook her head. "The woods have always had guardians. My father taught me to respect the boundaries, to never go too deep, to leave offerings at the sweat lodge on the dark moon." I felt sick. The sweat lodge Sam and I had seen, the one that looked recently used. Had my grandmother been leaving offerings there, and to what? "It knows who we are now," Grandma continued. It's marked you all as trespassers. I couldn't help looking at the masks on the walls. In the dim light, they seemed to be watching us with new awareness. Were they just decorations or something more? Had my grandfather collected them, or had they been offerings too? We spent the night at my grandmother's house, none of us sleeping much. The adults took turns keeping watch, though what they would do if the creature tried to enter the house, I don't know. By morning, there was no sign of it outside. My family left as soon as it was fully light. We never spoke about what happened, at least not with anyone outside the family. When I asked my mother about it a few years later, she changed the subject. My grandmother died 2 winters after that Thanksgiving. The house was sold, her belongings divided among her children. No one wanted the masks. They were buried with her, which seemed right somehow. I've never gone back to those woods, and as far as I know, neither has anyone else in my family. Sometimes I dream about the clearing with the grass circles, about the green-tinged air and the feeling of wanting to stay there forever. I wake up from those dreams in a cold sweat, certain that if my mother hadn't called out to us that day, Sam and I would never have left that clearing. To this day, I don't know what that creature was. Some kind of forest spirit? A cryptid? Something that defies explanation? All I know is that it was real, and it recognized us as intruders in its domain. And sometimes, when I'm walking through any forest, I get that feeling again of being watched by something ancient and patient, something that remembers my face and is just waiting for me to wander too far from safety. I'd only been working as a junior ranger at Blackwater National Forest for about 3 weeks. Fresh out of my environmental science program, I was so excited to land this position. The forest is absolutely gorgeous. Towering pines, lush undergrowth, and wildlife everywhere. But there's something else there too, something I can't explain. It started on a Tuesday morning in early October. The fall colors were just beginning to turn, and the air had that perfect crispness to it. Chief Ranger Marcus Hendricks, we all call him Chief, was showing me how to check the trail markers on the eastern ridge when the call came in on our radio. A hiker reported hearing screams coming from somewhere off the Pinecone Trail, about 2 miles from where we were. Probably just a mountain lion, Chief said, clipping the radio back to his belt. They can sound eerily human when they call, but we should check it out. I nodded, trying to look professional, despite being a little freaked out. I'd heard mountain lions before, but something about the concern in the dispatcher's voice made me uneasy. We hiked to Pinecone Trail in about 20 minutes. It's one of the more popular trails that loops around the eastern portion of the park. Chief stopped at the trailhead and looked around, his eyes scanning the tree line. "Let's leave the main path," he said, pointing to a barely visible game trail heading northeast. "If there's wildlife making those sounds, they won't be hanging around the tourist areas." I followed him into the underbrush, ducking under branches and stepping over fallen logs. The forest was alive with sound. Birds calling, leaves rustling, small creatures scurrying through the undergrowth. It was all normal forest stuff, which I found comforting. If there was something dangerous nearby, the wildlife would be silent, right? We'd been hiking for maybe 15 minutes when everything changed. It happened so suddenly that I almost bumped into Chief when he stopped. The forest had gone completely silent. Not gradually quiet, silent. One moment the woods were alive with sound, and the next, nothing. No birds, no insects, no rustling leaves, even though I could see the branches moving in the breeze. It was like someone had hit mute on the entire forest. "Chief?" I whispered. my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. He held up his hand for me to be quiet, his head tilted like he was trying to hear something. His body language had completely changed. Tense, alert. That's when I really started to get scared. "Do you feel that?" he asked, his voice barely audible. I was about to ask what he meant when I felt it, a strange buzzing sensation that seemed to start in my chest and spread throughout my entire body. It wasn't like a cell phone vibration or standing near machinery. This was inside me somehow. My vision started to blur around the edges, and I felt pressure building in my head like a migraine coming on fast. I pressed my palms against my temples, trying to relieve the pain. "Chief, what's happening?" I managed to say, but my voice sounded wrong, distorted in my own ears. That's when I saw it. About 30 yards ahead, partially hidden behind a massive oak tree, was a figure. At first I thought it was just another hiker, but as my eyes focused, I realized it was far too tall, maybe 7 feet or more. Its proportions were all wrong too thin, limbs too long. And it was completely black, not like African American black, but absence of light black, like a hole cut into reality. The buzzing intensified as the figure slowly emerged from behind the tree. It didn't walk out. It sort of unfolded itself, moving in a way that human bodies simply can't move. It was now fully in view, and I could see it more clearly despite my blurred vision. It had no distinguishable face that I could make out, just a darker smudge where a head should be. Its limbs bent at impossible angles as it lowered itself to the ground and began to crawl toward us. Then it made a sound, the exact same screaming we'd been sent to investigate. But hearing it this close, I realized it wasn't a scream of pain or fear. It was something else entirely, something I can't properly describe. It was like it was trying to mimic a human sound, but couldn't quite get it right. Pure terror shot through me. Every instinct in my body screamed, "Run!" I turned to bolt, but Chief's hand clamped down on my arm with surprising strength. "Don't run," he said in the calmest voice I've ever heard in my life. "We're going to walk back to the trail. Don't look at it directly. Don't speak to it. Just walk with me." I wanted to argue, to break free and sprint as fast as I could, but something in his tone stopped me. He started walking backward, pulling me along with him, his eyes focused somewhere over my shoulder, not directly at the thing, but not looking away entirely either. We began walking back the way we came, and I swear I could feel that thing behind us. The buzzing sensation pulsed through my body in waves, and occasionally I'd hear that awful, not quite human wailing sound. It was following us, I was certain of it. Every step was agony. My legs felt like lead, and the pain in my head was almost unbearable. I wanted to look back so badly, that horrible human instinct to confirm your worst fears. But Chief's words echoed in my mind, "Don't look at it directly." I kept my eyes forward, focusing on the path ahead, and Chief's hand still firmly gripping my arm. I don't know how long we walked like that. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to stretch and contract strangely. The whole experience had an unreal quality to it, but the pain and fear were undeniably real. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the buzzing sensation began to fade. The pressure in my head eased, and gradually the sounds of the forest returned. First a single bird call, then insects, then the full chorus of forest life. Chief's grip on my arm loosened slightly, but he didn't stop walking until we reached the main trail. When we finally stepped out onto the maintained path, he let go of me entirely and turned to face me. His face was pale, beaded with sweat, but composed. We stood there for a moment, just breathing. The normal sounds of the forest surrounded us, and sunlight filtered down through the canopy. Everything looked so ordinary, so normal, that I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. "What?" I started, my voice shaking. "What the hell was that?" Chief took a deep breath and looked back toward the dense woods we'd just escaped from. "Let's get back to the station first," he said quietly. The walk back was tense and silent. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Was it some kind of animal I wasn't familiar with? A person in some weird costume? But nothing could explain the buzzing, the way it moved, or how the entire forest went silent. When we reached the ranger station, Chief led me into his office and closed the door. He sat heavily in his chair and gestured for me to sit across from him. For a long moment, he just looked at me, like he was trying to decide something. "There are things in these woods that we don't talk about," he finally said. "Things that don't have explanations, at least not ones that make sense in the world most people live in." "You mean like, what? Ghosts? Monsters?" I heard how ridiculous it sounded as soon as I said it. Chief shook his head. "I don't have names for them. I just know they're here, they've always been here, and they'll be here long after we're gone. Most of the time they keep to themselves in the deeper parts of the forest." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was a federal employee, a professional with decades of experience, talking about supernatural entities like they were just another species to be logged in our wildlife management system. "Why didn't you tell me about this when I started?" I demanded, anger momentarily overshadowing my fear. "Would you have believed me?" he asked simply. "Would you have stayed?" I didn't have an answer for that. "Look, Cassidy," he continued, his voice gentler now. "What you saw today, we can't explain it. We can't fight it. We can't remove it. All we can do is respect the boundaries and learn the signs. That buzzing you felt, that's always the first warning. The silence comes next. If you ever experience those things again, you calmly leave the area. Don't run, don't panic, don't engage." "Has it hurt people before?" I managed to ask. Chief was quiet for a long moment. "There have been disappearances over the years, hikers who went off trail and never came back. We found some of them, parts of them anyway. Others we never found at all." A cold chill ran down my spine. "And we just let people come here, knowing that's out there?" "It doesn't come near the maintained trails or campsites," he said firmly. "It stays in its territory, and we stay in ours. The people who go missing are almost always the ones who ignore the signs and wander where they shouldn't. Like we did today," I pointed out. "We're rangers. It's our job to investigate, but notice how we handled it. Calm, respectful, no sudden movements. That's how we've managed to coexist." He leaned forward, his eyes locked on mine. "Now you have a choice to make, Cassidy. If you can't handle this reality of the job, you should resign. No shame in it. But if you stay, you need to understand that what we saw today isn't something you ever talk about outside these walls." I sat there, stunned. Part of me wanted to walk out right then, to pack up my things and never set foot in Blackwater Ridge again. But another part of me, the part that had always been fascinated by nature's mysteries, was strangely compelled to learn more. "I need some time to think," I finally said. Chief nodded. "Take the rest of the day off. Sleep on it. Let me know what you decide in the morning." I drove home in a daze, replaying the events over and over in my mind. The figure's impossible movements, the way it crawled toward us, that terrible sound it made, the buzzing that seemed to penetrate my very being. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that featureless black shape unfolding itself from behind the tree. I kept feeling phantom echoes of that buzzing sensation, jerking awake thinking it was happening again. Morning came, and I still didn't know what to do. Part of me thought Chief must be messing with the new girl, some kind of bizarre hazing ritual. But I knew what I saw was real. The fear I felt was real. The pain was real. In the end, I went back. I told myself it was because I loved the job, loved the forest, and one weird experience shouldn't derail my career. But honestly, I think I went back because I needed to understand. I needed to know more about what lived in those woods. Chief seemed relieved when I showed up for my shift. He didn't mention our conversation or what we'd seen, just assigned me my regular duties like any other day. But there was a new understanding between us, an unspoken acknowledgement that I was now part of some secret fellowship of those who knew the truth about Blackwater Ridge. It's been a month since that day, and I haven't encountered that entity again. But sometimes, when I'm deep in the forest checking trail markers or tracking wildlife, I'll feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The forest will get just a little too quiet, and I'll think I feel the beginnings of that buzzing sensation. When that happens, I calmly turn around and walk the other way, just like Chief taught me. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know if it was trying to hurt us or just warning us to leave its territory. All I know is that the forests are ancient, and humans have only been here for a blink of an eye in Earth's timeline. Maybe these entities have been here all along, watching as we carved our trails and built our ranger stations on their land. The scariest part? I'm starting to notice certain hikers seem to sense it too. I'll see them pause on the trail, their heads tilting just like Chief's did, listening for something they can't quite hear. Some of them turn back immediately. Others get this strange look in their eyes, a kind of hungry curiosity, and I have to find excuses to direct them back to the main paths. I'm still not sure if I made the right choice by staying. Every time I go into those woods, I wonder if today will be the day I encounter that thing again, or something worse, because if one such entity exists in these woods, who's to say there aren't others, different kinds with different rules that we haven't learned yet? All I know is that I'll never look at forests the same way again. The deep shadows between the trees, the sudden silences, the feeling of being watched, they all have new meaning for me now. There are things in this world that exist beyond our understanding, things that have been here long before us and will remain long after we're gone. And sometimes they let us know we're trespassing. I've been a park ranger for almost 15 years now, but there are some things you experience that no amount of training can prepare you for. What happened during my first summer at Pine Ridge Valley is something I've never shared publicly until now. I've spent years trying to make sense of it, but I still can't explain what I saw that day in June. I was 25, fresh out of my environmental science degree and beyond excited to land my first real ranger position. Pine Ridge Valley National Forest spans over 300,000 acres of dense woodland in the Pacific Northwest, and I was assigned to the eastern sector, the most remote region with the least visitor traffic. My supervisor paired me with Ryan, a veteran ranger with about 12 years under his belt. He was a good guy, laid back but professional, the perfect mentor for a rookie like me. We'd been working together for about 3 weeks, mostly routine stuff, clearing fallen branches from trails, checking campsite permits, helping lost hikers find their way back to designated areas. Nothing that would raise your pulse above a brisk walk. That morning started like any other. We loaded up our gear into the Ranger truck at 6 a.m. First aid supplies, water, trail maintenance tools, and our standard issue radios. The weather report predicted clear skies, around 75 degrees, perfect conditions for our planned patrol of the Oak Ridge Trail, one of the least maintained paths in my sector. Ryan was telling me about a black bear sighting from the day before as we drove to the trailhead. I remember feeling that comfortable confidence that comes from settling into a job you love. I had no idea that in a few hours I'd be questioning my sanity. We reached the trailhead around 7:30 a.m. and started our hike. The morning was gorgeous. Sunlight filtered through the pine canopy, creating those golden beams that photographers love. Birds were active, and we even spotted a fox darting between trees about an hour in. The trail was overgrown in spots, and we stopped occasionally to clear debris or make notes for the maintenance crew. Around 11 a.m. we reached a fork in the trail that wasn't on our map. Ryan seemed surprised but not concerned. "This doesn't look familiar," he said, checking his GPS device. "The trail should reconnect about half a mile ahead according to the topography. Want to split up and meet where they join back? Save us some time?" It seemed logical. The trails weren't far apart on the GPS, and we both had our radios. I took the right fork, Ryan went left, and we agreed to radio if either path seemed problematic. The right fork started narrowing almost immediately, becoming less defined as I pushed deeper into the woods. The trees grew denser, filtering out more light, and the bird sounds gradually diminished. I started marking trees with small pieces of orange surveyor's tape so I could find my way back if needed. After about 10 minutes of hiking, the narrow trail suddenly opened into something that stopped me in my tracks. It was a perfect circle, maybe 30 feet in diameter, completely cleared of all vegetation. No trees, no shrubs, not even grass, just bare, packed dirt that looked almost swept clean. There wasn't a single pine needle or leaf on the ground, which made no sense in a forest this dense. But what really made my blood run cold was what stood in the exact center of this circle. A ladder. Just a regular wooden ladder, the kind you'd buy at any hardware store, standing perfectly upright. Not leaning against anything. Just standing there, balanced vertically on its own. And on top of the ladder was a man in a dark business suit. I froze, trying to process what I was seeing. The man was standing on the very top rung, the part you're never supposed to stand on, perfectly balanced like the ladder itself. His back was to me, head tilted upward toward the small circle of sky visible through the canopy. He didn't move, not even slightly. My training kicked in and I called out, "Sir, this is Park Ranger Mitchell. Are you okay? This area isn't designated for whatever you're doing." No response, not even a twitch. I called out again, louder this time. Nothing. My heart was pounding as I took a few steps into the clearing. The ground felt strange underfoot, too firm, almost artificial. I circled around, trying to get a view of the man's face while maintaining distance. As I moved, I kept expecting the ladder to fall, because what I was seeing defied physics. There were no wires, no supports, nothing holding it upright. When I got to where I could see the man's profile, I realized he was older, maybe in his 60s, completely bald on top with gray hair at the sides. His eyes were open but fixed upward. His mouth was slightly open too, like he was in mid-sentence. "Sir, I need you to come down from there. It's not safe, and you're in a restricted area." Nothing. Not even a blink. I reached for my radio, keeping my eyes on the man. "Ryan, I need you at my location. I've got a situation here." I described where I was relative to the fork. Ryan's voice crackled back. "Copy that. On my way. What kind of situation? I didn't know how to describe it without sounding crazy. Just a person doing something unsafe. I need backup. Roger that. 5 minutes out. While waiting for Ryan, I decided to approach the ladder. Every instinct told me not to, but I'm a park ranger. Helping people in potentially dangerous situations is literally my job. I got within arm's reach and studied the ladder more closely. It was just a regular wooden ladder, maybe 10 feet tall, showing some age and wear. There was nothing special about it, except that it was standing upright without support and had a catatonic man in a business suit balanced on top. I reached out my hand toward one of the lower rungs, hesitating just inches away. I don't know why I felt compelled to touch it. Maybe to prove to myself that it was real, that I wasn't hallucinating. The moment my fingers made contact with the wood, everything changed. The man's head snapped toward me with a speed that didn't seem humanly possible. His neck twisted at an angle that made my stomach lurch. His face, God, his face was frozen in an expression I still see in my nightmares. His eyes were stretched wide open, far wider than should be possible, the whites visible all around the irises. His mouth had opened into an oval that consumed the lower half of his face, stretched in a way that would have torn a normal person's skin. And then came the sound, a gasping, rattling noise like someone's final breath being forced out through a constricted throat. It wasn't loud, but in that silent clearing, it echoed as if amplified. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. My hand went to my taser out of pure instinct. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The man's eyes locked with mine. They weren't human eyes anymore. There was something ancient and cold in them, something that knew things no person should know. I couldn't look away. I was frozen there for what felt like minutes, but must have been only seconds. Then I heard Ryan crashing through the underbrush behind me. I turned toward the sound for just a split second. When I looked back, the ladder was lying flat on the ground. The man was gone, completely gone. Ryan burst into the clearing, out of breath. "What's going on? Where's the person you reported?" I couldn't speak. I just pointed at the ladder lying in the middle of the perfectly circular clearing. A ladder? Ryan looked confused. "Where's the person?" He was on top of it," I managed to say. The ladder was standing upright by itself, and he was on top. Ryan stared at me, then at the ladder, then back at me. I could see he thought I was either joking or crazy. Standing by itself? That's not possible, Olivia. I know what I saw. My voice was shaking. The ladder was vertical. The man was wearing a suit, and when I touched it, his face, I couldn't even describe it. To his credit, Ryan didn't dismiss me outright. He walked over to the ladder and examined it, then scanned the clearing. "There are no footprints except ours," he noted. "No sign anyone else was here." He was right. The packed dirt showed only my boot prints and now his. Nothing else, not even where the ladder had been standing. We conducted a standard search pattern through the surrounding forest, calling out for the man. Nothing. No sound except birds and wind. No tracks. No broken branches indicating someone had fled. Nothing. Ryan radioed in the situation, carefully wording it as a report of an unauthorized person in a restricted area, now missing. I was grateful he didn't mention my claims about the floating ladder or the man's impossible contortions. We returned to the clearing and looked at the ladder again. It was just a ladder now. Old, wooden, unremarkable. Ryan suggested we take it back as abandoned property. I couldn't bear the thought of touching it again, but didn't want to seem more unstable than I already did, so I helped him carry it back to the truck. When we returned to headquarters, our supervisor took my statement. I could tell he thought I was either playing a prank or had experienced some kind of stress reaction. He ordered a mandatory search of the area the next day, which turned up nothing. The ladder was logged into lost and found, and when no one claimed it after 30 days, it was disposed of. In the months that followed, I requested to be assigned to different sectors away from that trail. No one ever found any trace of the man in the suit. The Forest Service records showed no missing person reports matching his description. The circular clearing, when other rangers visited it later, looked like an ordinary small forest clearing. Not perfectly circular, not mysteriously swept clean. I've gone over that day thousands of times in my mind. Was it a hallucination? Some kind of weird psychological episode? But Ryan saw the ladder too, lying on the ground where moments before it had been standing upright. I finished my first season at Pine Ridge and have continued working as a ranger for 15 years now. I've seen bears, rescued lost hikers, handled wildfires, and encountered all kinds of strange people doing strange things in the wilderness. But I've never again seen anything like what I saw that day. Sometimes when I'm alone on patrol, I find myself scanning clearings in the forest, half expecting to see that ladder again, standing impossibly upright, with its suited occupant staring into the sky. Part of me hopes I never will, but another part needs to know what it was, where the man went, and what would have happened if Ryan hadn't arrived when he did. The strangest thing? Every June, on the anniversary of that day, I get a letter at my ranger station. Just a blank piece of paper in a business envelope. No return address, no message, just the faint smell of pine. I still can't explain what happened in that clearing, but sometimes, when I look up through the trees at the patch of sky above, I get the feeling that something is looking back down at me, and I wonder if that man in the suit is still out there, somewhere beyond where the forest meets the sky, his face frozen in that impossible expression, waiting for someone else to find another ladder in another perfect circle. I still can't explain what happened that night at Lakewood Tower Station. It's been 3 weeks, and I haven't slept properly since. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. I'd been working as a park ranger at Lakewood for about 6 months, mainly doing daytime patrols, checking permits, helping lost hikers, the usual stuff. When the night shift position opened up, I was hesitant but couldn't pass up the extra pay. What they didn't tell me was that 3 night rangers had quit in the past month. No explanation, just handed in their badges and never came back. My supervisor, Jim, just shrugged it off. Some people aren't cut out for night work, Lucas. You'll be fine. He rushed through my training in a single afternoon. Looking back, I should have asked more questions, but I needed the money for my mom's medical bills. The tower itself stands about 80 feet tall, overlooking the entire park. Dense forest on one side, that nasty stagnant lagoon on the other. The water there never looks right, even during the day. Too dark, too still. The observation deck has windows on all sides with a small supply closet and bathroom. Basic amenities, but it feels isolated as hell up there. My first night shift started at 10 p.m. Donnie, the senior ranger, walked me through the protocols again. Just keep an eye out for campfires, lost hikers, teenagers doing stupid shit. Radio checks every hour. I'll be at the main station if you need anything. He seemed nervous, kept looking at his watch like he wanted to get away from the tower as quick as possible. The first few hours were boring. I did my rounds, radioed in, watched some videos on my phone. Around 1 a.m., I grabbed the binoculars to scan the perimeter. That's when I saw it, what looked like a kid in a white sheet, standing perfectly still on Ridge Point about half a mile away. You know, like a ghost costume with those eye holes cut out, just standing there, facing the tower. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was seeing things, but when I looked again, it hadn't moved an inch. I picked up the radio. "Hey, Donnie, you there?" The radio crackled. "Yeah, what's up, Lucas?" "There's someone on Ridge Point. Looks like a kid in a ghost costume or something, just standing there." There was a pause. "You sure?" "Positive. I can see it through the binoculars. White sheet, just staring at the tower." Another pause. "All right, I'll check it out. Keep an eye on it. Your light went out. You okay?" Nothing but static. I tried again. "Donnie, can you hear me?" More static, then a garbled response I couldn't make out. That's when I noticed the silence. Complete silence. No crickets, no frogs from the lagoon, no night birds. Nothing. Just dead air. The hairs on my arms stood up. I tried the radio again, but now it was just white noise. I put the binoculars back up to check on the figure, but it was gone. So was Donnie's flashlight. I scanned the whole ridge, but couldn't see either of them. That's when the feeling hit me, that horrible sensation of being watched. You know that feeling, right? When your whole body just knows someone's eyes are on you. I turned slowly, sweeping the binoculars across the forest edge, then toward the lagoon. That's when I saw her. At the edge of the lagoon, maybe 200 yards from the tower base, stood a woman. At least, it had the shape of a woman. She was unnaturally tall, her limbs too long and thin, like someone had stretched her out. Her dress was soaked, clinging to her emaciated frame, and her skin. God, her skin was a mottled blue-gray, bloated in some places like she'd been underwater for days. Her hair hung in wet ropes down to her waist. But it was her face that made me drop the binoculars. Her eyes were milky white, no pupils, and fixed directly on me. And her mouth. It was stretched into an impossibly wide grin, showing too many teeth, like her jaw had been dislocated. As I watched, frozen in horror, she took a step toward the tower. Her movements were wrong, jerky and fluid at the same time, like watching someone move underwater at high speed. I backed away from the window, knocking over my chair. Then she screamed. It wasn't human. It started as a high-pitched, keening sound that quickly dropped to a guttural, gurgling roar that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The windows of the tower vibrated with it. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. It felt like the sound was inside my head. I frantically locked the trap door that led up to the observation deck, then huddled in the corner trying to make myself as small as possible. The radio was still spitting static, but now it seemed to have words buried in it, whispers I couldn't quite make out. I don't know how long I sat there, too terrified to move. Minutes? Hours? The silence outside was occasionally broken by wet, shuffling sounds below the tower, like something circling, looking for a way up. Sometimes I heard what sounded like fingernails dragging along the metal support beams. I kept the lights off, afraid of making myself more visible. Around 3 a.m., I heard something at the trap door, not the dragging sounds from below, but a soft knocking. I held my breath. "Hello? Is anyone up there?" A young male voice, shaky and uncertain. I didn't answer. It could be a trick. "Please let me in. I'm scared." The voice cracked. Clutching my flashlight like a weapon, I inched toward the trap door. "Who's there?" "Marvin, Donnie's son. Please, I'm freaking out." I hesitated, then slowly unlocked the trap door and lifted it just enough to see. A terrified face looked up at me, a teenager, maybe 17, with Donnie's same dark hair. I pulled him up quickly and relocked the door. "What the hell are you doing here?" I whispered, scanning his face in the dim light. Marvin was shaking. It was supposed to be a joke. Dad does it for all the new night shift guys. I dress up in a sheet, stand on the ridge, He pretends to investigate, then scares you somehow. It's like an initiation thing. My stomach dropped. Where's your dad? I don't know. He was supposed to meet me after I took off the sheet, but when I got to the meeting spot, he wasn't there. I waited, then tried to find him, but got lost. I saw the tower lights and headed here. I felt sick. Did you see anyone else out there? A woman? His eyes widened. No. Why? Who's out there? I didn't want to scare him more, but I needed to know if he'd seen her too. There was someone by the lagoon, a woman. She didn't look right. What do you mean? Before I could answer, the radio suddenly crackled to life. Lucas, you there? It's Donnie. I grabbed it. Donnie, where the hell are you? Your son is here. Marvin's with you? Thank God. My flashlight died and I got turned around in the dark. I'm back at the station now. Is everything okay up there? I hesitated, looking at Marvin. There was someone by the lagoon, a woman, tall, soaking wet, like she'd been drowned. She was coming toward the tower. There was a long pause. Lucas, that wasn't part of the prank. It was just supposed to be Marvin in a sheet and me jumping out to scare you. There's no woman. My blood ran cold. I saw her, Donnie. She screamed. It wasn't human. Another pause. Stay put. Keep the trap door locked. I'm sending the sheriff out. Don't open up for anyone but me or Deputy Carson, you hear me? Yeah, we'll stay put. Marvin and I sat in silence, backs against the wall furthest from the windows. Every now and then, we'd hear those dragging sounds outside, like wet footsteps circling the tower. Sometimes they'd stop right below one of the windows, and we'd hold our breath, afraid to look. Around 5 a.m., the sounds stopped. The first hints of dawn were breaking on the horizon. The radio had gone silent again, no matter how many times I tried to reach Donnie. We sat there, watching the sky slowly lighten. By 6 a.m., it was light enough to see clearly outside. No sign of the woman, no sign of anyone, just the empty forest and that damn lagoon, still and dark as oil. At 6:30, Donnie's truck pulled up, followed by a sheriff's car. Marvin and I looked at each other, both afraid to open the trap door, but finally we did. Donnie came up first, looking like he hadn't slept at all. He hugged Marvin hard, then turned to me. Sheriff's doing a sweep of the perimeter. Did you see her again after we talked? I shook my head. Just heard her, moving around the tower. Donnie nodded, his face grim. The other night rangers, they all saw her too. That's why they quit. Why didn't you warn me? I demanded, suddenly angry. Would you have believed me? Would you have taken the job if I told you there was some kind of thing haunting the lagoon? He had a point. I wouldn't have. We made our way down the tower steps, all of us constantly looking over our shoulders. The sheriff found nothing, no footprints, no evidence anyone had been there besides us. Donnie tried to convince me it was just exhaustion, my mind playing tricks after being scared by their prank gone wrong. But I know what I saw. That woman, that thing, wasn't human. The way she moved, that impossible scream, those eyes fixed on me like she'd found what she was looking for. I quit the night shift that morning, wouldn't even consider staying on. Donnie didn't argue, just nodded like he'd expected it. Before I left, he told me something that still keeps me up at night. The lagoon used to be a quarry, he said quietly. They flooded it in the 60s. There were accidents before that. People fell in, got trapped. Some bodies were never recovered. I drive a delivery truck now. Better hours, less pay, but I never have to go near Lakewood Park again. Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my rear-view mirror, a tall, thin figure at the edge of the road, watching me pass. And sometimes, when it rains, I swear I can hear that inhuman scream in the distance. I don't know what she wanted. I don't know if she's still there, circling that tower every night, looking up with those cloudy eyes. But I know she saw me, and I can't shake the feeling that somehow she knows exactly where I am. I haven't talked about this in almost 8 months. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. My therapist suggested writing it down might help, so here goes. I was working as a park ranger at Whispering Pines National Forest for about 3 years before it happened. It was a good job, peaceful, away from the noise and crowds. I'd always been an outdoorsy person, so getting paid to maintain trails and occasionally help lost hikers felt like hitting the jackpot. Our ranger station was about 17 miles from the nearest town. It was this old wooden structure built in the 70s. Nothing fancy, just a main office area with a desk, radio equipment and maps, a small kitchen with a table, 2 bedrooms with bunk beds, a bathroom, and a storage room for equipment. The place creaked constantly, but that's just how it was. You got used to it. That night, there were 4 of us on shift. Me, Pat, Elena, who'd been there about 5 years, Marcus, who was the newest hire, only 6 months in, and Dana, who'd been there even longer than Elena. We were scheduled for a standard overnight because it was Memorial Day weekend, which meant more campers than usual. It started like any normal evening shift. We did our rounds before sunset, checked in with the campers at the designated sites, and made sure everyone knew about the fire restrictions. It had been an unusually dry spring, and we weren't taking any chances. By 8:30, we were back at the station eating microwave burritos Elena had brought and playing cards. "Full house," Marcus said, laying down his cards with this smug look on his face. He was always so damn happy about everything. Too new to be jaded, I guess. Elena threw her cards down. "That's 3 hands in a row. You're either cheating or the luckiest bastard alive." I was half paying attention to the game, mostly thinking about my day off coming up. That's when I noticed Dana staring out the window. She hadn't touched her food and seemed tense. Dana was usually the calmest person I knew, the kind who wouldn't flinch if a bear walked through the door. So seeing her on edge immediately put me on alert. "You okay?" I asked, and everyone looked up. She kept staring out the window into the darkness. "Just thought I saw something." Elena got up and peered out. "Probably a deer. Saw a few near the station earlier." Dana shook her head slowly. "No, it was taller." We all crowded around the window then, but there was nothing out there but darkness and trees swaying slightly in the breeze. Marcus flipped on the exterior floodlights, and they illuminated maybe 30 feet of clearing around the station before the forest wall began. Nothing there. "Maybe it was a shadow from the trees," Marcus suggested, always the rational one. Dana finally turned away from the window. There was something in her expression I'd never seen before. Fear? No, more like dread. 2 years ago, she started, her voice lower than usual. I was on shift alone here. Just a regular Tuesday night in April, nobody camping because it was still too cold. We all sat back down, sensing this wasn't going to be one of the usual ranger stories about dumb tourists or wildlife encounters. Around 2 a.m. I heard scratching on the walls outside. I thought it was branches, but there was barely any wind. It moved around the entire building like something was, I don't know, feeling its way around. Marcus shifted uncomfortably. Elena was watching Dana with an intensity that told me she'd never heard this story either. I got up to check. Stupid, probably, but I've dealt with bears and cougars, so I wasn't too worried. I grabbed my flashlight and looked out every window but saw nothing. Then I heard footsteps on the porch. My stomach tightened. The station was so isolated that unexpected visitors at night were practically unheard of. Someone knocked. 3 slow knocks. I called out, thinking maybe it was a lost hiker, but no one answered. Just more knocking, harder this time. I radioed for backup, but Johnson was 40 minutes away patrolling the south entrance. Dana took a sip of her water before continuing. The knocking stopped, and I heard what sounded like whispering. Multiple voices, just outside the door, too quiet to make out words. Then the door handle started turning. Jesus, I muttered. I had locked it already, thankfully. I grabbed the shotgun from the locker and shouted that I was armed. The whispering stopped. Then I heard, I can only describe it as shuffling, like multiple people moving around the porch. I went to the side window to get a look, and I saw them. Saw who? Elena asked, leaning forward. 3 figures in dark hooded cloaks. They were just standing there, facing the station. I couldn't see their faces. They were holding something, little objects in their hands. Marcus laughed nervously. Come on, hooded figures. Sounds like some kids playing a prank. Dana's face remained dead serious. These weren't kids, Marcus. They were tall, adult-sized at least, and they moved wrong, too fluid, too coordinated, like they were all parts of the same thing. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. Dana wasn't one for ghost stories or exaggeration. What happened next? I asked. I pointed the shotgun at the window so they could see it. They stood there for maybe 10 more seconds. Then all 3 turned in perfect unison and walked into the tree line. I watched that area for an hour, but they never came back. Johnson arrived and we searched the perimeter but found nothing except... She paused, looking uncomfortable. Except what? Elena pressed. A small wooden figure on the porch, about 6 inches tall, crudely carved to look human-shaped, wrapped with some kind of ribbon or twine. The room fell silent. I could hear the wind picking up outside, making the old station creak. Why haven't you ever mentioned this before? I finally asked. Dana shrugged. Johnson said it was probably just some campers messing around. We filed a report, but nothing ever came of it. After a while, I convinced myself that's all it was. Elena looked skeptical. And you're bringing this up now because I think I just saw the same hooded figure at the edge of the trees. Dana's voice was steady, but her hands were shaking slightly. That's when the radio crackled. We all jumped. It was just the regular check-in from headquarters, which Elena handled while the rest of us sat in uncomfortable silence. After she finished, Elena said, Look, I've been here 5 years and never seen anything like what you're describing, Dana. But if it makes everyone feel better, let's do a perimeter check. It was standard procedure anyway. We were supposed to do one at 10 p.m. It was 9:47, close enough. We all grabbed our flashlights and jackets. Marcus and I took the shotguns from the locker. Not unusual for night patrols because of wildlife, but tonight they felt more necessary than ever. The moment we stepped outside, I knew something was off. The forest was completely silent. No insects buzzing, no night birds, no distant howls of coyotes, just nothing. Anyone who's spent time in forests knows they're never truly silent, especially in spring. You hear that? I whispered. Marcus nodded. Nothing to hear. Weird. We split into pairs, Elena with Marcus taking the east side, Dana and I taking the west. We agreed to meet at the back of the station in 10 minutes. Dana and I walked slowly, sweeping our flashlights across the ground and into the trees. That's when I noticed the footprints in the mud near the edge of the clearing. Dana, I said quietly, pointing my light down. They were barefoot human prints, adults by the size, and fresh. The disturbing part was how they came from the forest, went in a straight line toward the station, stopped about 15 feet from the building, then turned and went back the same way. Dana's face went pale in the flashlight beam. Without a word, we followed the tracks to where they disappeared into the tree line. Just inside the forest, hanging from a low branch, was a small wooden figure. It looked exactly like what Dana had described, a crude human shape carved from what looked like pine, with dark twine wrapped around its middle and neck. It swayed slightly in the breeze, even though I couldn't feel any wind where we stood. "We need to go back," Dana whispered. "Now." As we turned, I glimpsed movement deeper in the trees, a tall shape moving between trunks, then another, too big for deer, too fluid for a bear. "Run!" I said, and we both bolted back to the station. We nearly crashed into Elena and Marcus, who were running from their side. "Did you see them?" Elena gasped, her usual composure completely gone. "See what?" I asked, though I already knew. "People in the forest, moving between the trees," Marcus said, his voice higher than normal. "At least 3 of them, wearing some kind of dark clothes or robes." We hurried back inside, locking the door behind us. Through the windows, we could see nothing but darkness. "They were doing something out there," Elena said once we'd caught our breath. "Moving in some kind of pattern between the trees, and there was this sound." "What sound?" Dana asked sharply. Like humming or chanting, really quiet, but all of them doing it together." Marcus nodded. "We found footprints too, and this." He opened his hand to reveal another wooden figure, identical to the one Dana and I had seen. "Where did you find that?" I asked. "It was on the steps of the back entrance. Wasn't there earlier when we left for patrol." Dana took the radio and called headquarters, keeping her voice remarkably steady as she requested immediate backup, reporting suspicious persons in the area. The response was garbled with static, but we made out that they'd send someone right away. It would take at least an hour for anyone to reach us. That's when the lights went out. The backup generator kicked in after a few seconds, but the exterior floodlights stayed dark. Those were on a separate system. "Check the breaker box," Elena said to Marcus. It was outside, mounted on the east wall. "I'm not going out there," he replied firmly. None of us volunteered. We used our flashlights to check all the windows and doors were locked, then gathered in the main room, weapons ready. "We should be fine until backup arrives," Elena said, trying to sound confident. "Whatever's out there, they can't get in." That's when we heard it, the scratching on the outer walls. Just like Dana had described, it moved slowly around the perimeter of the building, like something dragging its fingernails along the wood. We stood frozen, listening as it circled the entire station, finally stopping at the front door. Then came the knocks. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. No one moved or spoke. The knocking came again, harder this time. Then the door handle began to turn, jerking against the lock. Marcus pointed his shotgun at the door. I put my hand on his arm and shook my head. The last thing we needed was an accidental shooting of a park visitor. "Whispering Pines Ranger Station," Elena called out, her voice remarkably steady. "Identify yourself." The only response was whispering, exactly as Dana had described. Multiple voices, too quiet to understand, but clearly coming from just outside the door. Then something slid under the door, a thin piece of what looked like tree bark with symbols carved into it. None of us moved to pick it up. The whispering continued, now seeming to come from multiple points around the building. I moved to the side window and carefully peered out. They were there, just as Dana had described. 5 figures, not 3 this time, in dark hooded cloaks, standing in a semicircle facing the station. They stood completely still, except for a slight swaying motion, like reeds in water. I stepped back, feeling sick. "There's 5 of them," I whispered. Dana joined me at the window. Her face hardened when she saw them. "Those are the same people from before." "We should go to the roof," Marcus suggested suddenly. "The maintenance ladder in the storage room? We'd have better visibility, maybe get cell reception." It wasn't a bad idea. Our radios were barely working now, filled with static. The roof was high enough that we'd see anyone approaching, and the access hatch could be secured from the inside. Elena agreed. 2 of us go up, 2 stay here. Dana and I volunteered to check the roof. I grabbed the shotgun, and we climbed the metal ladder in the storage closet that led to a hatch. The night air hit me like a physical thing when I pushed open the hatch. It was cold, much colder than it should have been for late May. The roof was flat with a slight pitch, surrounded by a short barrier. From here we could see the entire clearing around the station and the first few yards of forest in the moonlight. They were still there, the hooded figures, but now they had spread out to completely encircle the building. None of them moved as we emerged, but I had the distinct feeling they were watching us. Dinah grabbed my arm suddenly. "Look," she whispered, pointing toward the forest edge. More figures were emerging from between the trees. 3, then 5, then more, until at least 15 hooded shapes stood at the tree line. They began to sway in unison, a gentle back-and-forth motion, and the whispered chanting grew louder. I tried my cell phone. No signal, as expected. The radio produced nothing but static when I tried to call for help again. "We need to see their faces," Dana said suddenly. "I need to know what they are." Before I could stop her, she pulled out her flashlight and directed its beam at the nearest figure. The hood was empty. I don't mean there was nothing there. I mean it was literally just fabric draped over nothing, hovering in the air as if worn by an invisible body. The sleeves hung down with nothing filling them, yet they moved with purpose. Dana made a small, choked sound. I grabbed her and pulled us both down below the roof edge. "We need to get back inside," I hissed. "Now!" We scrambled back to the hatch. Just as Dana was climbing down, one of the wooden figures came flying through the air, clattering onto the roof a few feet from us. Then another, and another. Small wooden totems began raining down on the roof from all directions, dozens of them clattering against the surface like hail. I practically shoved Dana through the hatch and followed, pulling it shut and securing the lock just as something heavy landed directly above it. Elena and Marcus were waiting at the bottom of the ladder, faces pale. "They're all around us," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "At least 15 of them, and they're not people." "What does that mean?" Marcus demanded. Before I could answer, a new sound filled the station, the sound of dozens of hands slapping against every outer wall simultaneously. It was deafening, like a sudden rainstorm, but more deliberate, more coordinated. We huddled in the main room, weapons pointed at the doors and windows, even though we all knew they'd be useless. The slapping continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, then stopped as abruptly as it had started. The silence that followed was somehow worse. Then came the whispering again, but this time it was inside the station, coming through the air vents, the cracks under the doors, seeping through the very walls. I couldn't understand the words, but they felt ancient, like a language that existed before humans had names for things. The sound bypassed my ears and went straight to some primitive part of my brain, filling me with a terror so deep I couldn't move. Elena suddenly gasped and pointed to the corner of the room. A tendril of what looked like black smoke was seeping through a crack in the wall, curling into the room like a living thing. More began appearing from other cracks and vents. thin, writhing streaks of darkness moving with deliberate purpose. "The storage room," Marcus yelled. "It has no windows or outside vents." We ran there, slamming the door behind us. It was a small space filled with equipment and supplies, but it was the most interior room in the station. The darkness outside the door grew more intense. We could see it through the crack beneath, pooling like liquid shadow, occasionally bulging as if something was pushing against it. We stayed in that storage room all night. None of us slept. We just sat there, listening to the whispering that never quite formed words, watching the darkness pulse beneath the door, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. Around 3 a.m., the wooden walls began to warp. I don't know how else to describe it. The solid pine planks started to bend inward, as if immense pressure was being applied from outside. The nails creaked, the wood groaned, but somehow it held. By dawn, the whispering had stopped. The darkness beneath the door had receded. The only sound was our own ragged breathing. None of us wanted to be the first to open the door, but finally, Elena did. The main room was empty, everything seemingly normal, but covered in a fine layer of what looked like black ash. It coated every surface, forming intricate spiral patterns on the floor and walls. The front door stood wide open, though we'd locked it the night before. Outside, the forest looked normal in the morning light. Birds were singing. No hooded figures, no wooden totems. If not for the black ash and our shared experience, I might have thought it was all a nightmare. We found more than 30 wooden figures scattered around the building. Without discussing it, we gathered them up and burned them in the station's wood stove. By unspoken agreement, we all packed our things. None of us said it out loud, but we all knew we couldn't stay there another night. I wrote my resignation letter on a piece of notebook paper. So did the others. We left them on the desk, along with our badges. When the relief shift arrived at noon, looking confused at finding all 4 of us waiting outside with our bags packed, we gave them a story about family emergencies. I don't think they believed us, but none of us were capable of explaining what had really happened. We drove away from Whispering Pines in separate cars. I haven't spoken to Elena, Marcus, or Dana since, though I did get a single text from Dana about a month later. All it said was, "They followed me home. They're outside my window every night now. Do you see them too?" I never replied. I was too afraid to tell her that, yes, sometimes I catch glimpses of hooded shapes in my peripheral vision, that sometimes I wake up to find my apartment unnaturally cold and the smell of pine and earth in the air, that I've found small scrapings of wood on my doorstep 3 times now. I don't know what those things in the forest were. I don't know what they wanted. But I know they're ancient and patient, and that whatever ritual they were performing that night isn't over. I'm moving again tomorrow. I don't think it will help, but I have to try. If you're ever hiking in Whispering Pines and come across the ranger station, don't stay after dark. And if you hear whispering in the trees, run. Don't look back. Just run. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. It's been almost 2 months since it happened, but I still get chills thinking about it. I guess writing it down might help me process everything. My boyfriend Dylan and I love camping. We've been doing weekend trips for about 3 years now, mostly to established campgrounds within a few hours of Portland. Nothing too wild, just your basic tent setup, campfire cooking, hiking during the day, that kind of thing. We're not exactly wilderness experts, but we're comfortable enough outdoors. Last September, Dylan's co-worker Jake kept raving about this untouched paradise in Crescent Valley. According to him, it was this hidden gem where you could camp without bumping into another soul for days. No noisy families, No RVs, just pure wilderness. After a particularly rough month at work, it sounded exactly like what we needed. Jake gave Dylan some vague directions. Drive about 4 hours east, take these specific unmarked Forest Service roads, and there's this perfect clearing near a small creek. He said cell service would be spotty, but promised the remoteness was worth it. In hindsight, I wish we'd asked more questions, or at least told more people exactly where we were headed. We left Portland early on a Saturday, our Subaru packed with our gear. The first few hours were normal, highways, then progressively smaller roads, then gravel. The weather was perfect, cool but sunny, typical early fall. I remember feeling excited as the towns got smaller and farther apart, watching the landscape change from suburbs to farmland to dense forest. About 3.5 hours in, we turned onto a narrow dirt road that didn't show up on Google Maps. Dylan had written down Jake's directions, and we were following them step by step. The road was rough, all mud and potholes, and I remember joking that we were probably the only people crazy enough to drive out here. That's when we saw her. There was a beat-up pickup truck pulled over on the side of the road, and a woman was just standing beside it, not doing anything, not checking under the hood, not on her phone, just standing completely still, staring in our direction. She was maybe in her 50s, wearing a dark jacket and jeans, but what struck me was her face. Even from inside our car, I could feel something was off about her expression. It wasn't friendly or distressed like you'd expect from someone whose truck had broken down in the middle of nowhere. It was intense, watching. "Should we stop and see if she needs help?" I asked Dylan, though something in me really didn't want to. "She didn't wave us down," he said, slowing a bit. "And there's someone in the driver's seat, look." He was right. As we passed, I could see the silhouette of someone else sitting behind the wheel. The woman never moved, just turned her head to follow our car with her eyes. We didn't stop. "That was weird, right?" I asked once we were around a bend. "Maybe they're just taking a break," Dylan said, but he sounded unsure. "Cell service probably doesn't reach out here if they're having car trouble." We drove another 20 minutes deeper into the forest, the road getting worse, before finally finding the clearing Jake had described. It wasn't quite what we'd expected. Yes, there was a small creek nearby as promised, but the clearing itself was muddy and not particularly scenic. Still, we'd come all this way, and the surrounding forest was beautiful. Tall pines and the beginning of fall colors. We started setting up our tent and unpacking the car when a vehicle drove by on the road about 50 yards from our site. Nothing unusual about that, except it was going very slowly. It was a dark-colored SUV, older model, windows tinted enough that I couldn't see inside clearly. The driver must have seen us because the car slowed down even more as it passed our clearing. "Probably just curious to see someone else out here," Dylan said, hammering in a tent stake. Maybe, but 20 minutes later, the same SUV drove by again, same slow pace. This time, it actually stopped for a few seconds before continuing on. I felt a little knot form in my stomach but tried to ignore it. By late afternoon, we'd seen the same vehicle drive past 3 more times. "Okay, that's definitely strange," Dylan finally admitted after the 5th pass. "Who keeps driving back and forth on a dead-end forest road?" "Maybe they're lost," I suggested, but we both knew that didn't make sense. Even if they were looking for a specific spot, why circle back so many times? We tried to enjoy the rest of the day despite the uneasiness. We collected firewood, filtered water from the creek, and made dinner as the sun started to set. The forest was beautiful, but I noticed something else that bothered me. It was eerily quiet. No birds, very few insect sounds, just the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. "Have you noticed how quiet it is?" I asked Dylan as we sat by our small campfire after dinner. "Yeah, it's peaceful," he said, misunderstanding what I meant. "No, I mean unnaturally quiet, like where are all the animals? We haven't seen a single squirrel or heard any birds since we got here." He frowned, listening to the silence. "Huh, you're right, that is weird." The sun had fully set now, and the darkness in the forest was absolute. Our fire and small lantern created a tiny bubble of light that made the surrounding blackness feel even more oppressive. The trees, that had looked so beautiful in daylight, now seemed to loom over us, their shapes distorted by the flickering firelight. At one point, I thought I heard something moving in the underbrush beyond our campsite, but when Dylan shined our powerful flashlight in that direction, we saw nothing. "Probably just a raccoon," he said, but his voice was tense. We stayed up later than we normally would while camping, neither of us saying it, but both reluctant to retreat to the vulnerability of our tent. Finally, around midnight, exhaustion won out over anxiety, and we crawled into our sleeping bags. Despite my uneasiness, I eventually drifted off to sleep, curled against Dylan's warm body in our snug tent. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. My phone said 3:17 a.m. when I checked it later. But at that moment, all I knew was that something had pulled me from a deep sleep. I lay still, trying to identify what had woken me. Dylan was still sleeping beside me, his breathing steady. Then I heard it, a strange mechanical grinding sound. It wasn't particularly loud, but in the unnatural silence of the forest, it carried clearly. It sounded like metal on metal, rhythmic and deliberate, coming from somewhere not too far from our campsite. I nudged Dylan awake, my hand over his mouth to keep him from speaking. His eyes flew open, confused at first, then alert when he saw my expression and heard the sound. "What is that?" he whispered once I removed my hand. "I don't know," I whispered back. "But it's been going for a few minutes." We lay perfectly still, listening. The sound continued for maybe another minute, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse. We waited, barely breathing for what felt like forever but was probably only a few minutes. Then we heard something else. Footsteps, not animal footsteps, human. Someone walking slowly, deliberately, not far from our tent. Dylan reached for his phone and turned on the flashlight function, which illuminated our tent from the inside. The footsteps immediately stopped. "Hello?" Dylan called out, his voice impressively steady. "Is someone there?" No response, no sound at all. Just that terrible waiting silence. "We're armed," he lied, though we did have a packaged machete we'd brought for clearing brush if needed. It was still in its original packaging because we'd never actually used it. I reached for my boots and slipped them on as quietly as possible. Dylan did the same, then fumbled for the machete, tearing open the packaging with shaking hands. The crinkling plastic sounded impossibly loud in the silence. We sat frozen for several more minutes, listening intently. Eventually, Dylan whispered, "I'm going to look outside." I grabbed his arm. "Don't, please. We can't just sit here all night," he reasoned. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe we're freaking ourselves out over a deer or something. He unzipped the tent flap slowly, the sound painfully loud in the stillness. Cold night air rushed in as he poked his head out, flashlight in one hand, machete in the other. "I don't see anything," he whispered, moving the beam of light in a slow arc across our campsite. I crawled forward to look out beside him. Our campsite looked exactly as we'd left it. The dead fire pit, our cooler, the camp chairs, everything seemed untouched. Dylan's flashlight beam caught something reflective on the ground near one of the chairs. "What's that?" I whispered. Dylan cautiously stepped out of the tent, and I followed, both of us scanning the darkness beyond the reach of the flashlight. He approached the object, then stooped to pick it up. It was an empty beer can, a Coors Light. "Did you bring beer?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. We had brought 2 bottles of wine, but no beer. "No," Dylan said, turning the can over in his hand. "And this is fresh, still cold." A chill that had nothing to do with the night air ran through me. Someone had been in our camp while we slept. Someone had sat in our chairs, drinking beer, watching our tent, and they might still be nearby, watching us right now from the darkness. "We need to leave," I said, my voice barely audible. "Right now?" Dylan nodded, his face pale in the flashlight's glow. "Pack only what we need, leave the rest." We moved quickly, grabbing only the essentials, our sleeping bags, phones, wallets, car keys. We left the tent standing, abandoned the cooler and most of our gear. I was so focused on getting to the car that I didn't even care about leaving behind expensive equipment. As we threw our few belongings into the back seat, I kept feeling like someone was watching us from the tree line. The darkness between the trees seemed to shift and move, but whenever I looked directly at it, there was nothing there. Dylan fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so badly he dropped them. The small metallic sound seemed to echo through the clearing. When he finally got the engine started, the headlights illuminated a section of the forest in front of us, empty as far as we could see. We pulled away from the campsite fast, tires spinning in the mud before finding purchase. Dylan drove much too quickly for the rough road, the Subaru bouncing and sliding, but neither of us cared. I kept looking out the back window, half expecting to see headlights following us, but there was only darkness. What about the woman by the truck? I suddenly remembered. What if they're still on this road? "We'll deal with that if we have to," Dylan said grimly, gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles were white. The machete lay on the console between us. The drive out seemed to take forever, each bend in the road bringing fresh anxiety. What if the road was blocked? What if someone was waiting for us? I kept checking the rearview mirror, convinced I would see headlights gaining on us. We did pass the spot where we'd seen the truck earlier, but it was gone now. I didn't know if that was reassuring or more frightening. When we finally reached the main highway, it was just past 4 a.m. We drove straight back to Portland without stopping once, the rising sun finding us still silent, processing what had happened. In the daylight, part of me wanted to rationalize everything. Maybe the beer can had been there all along and we hadn't noticed it. Maybe the grinding sound was some kind of forest equipment in the distance. Maybe the SUV that kept driving by was just lost campers. But I know what I felt. I know what we experienced. Someone was there that night. Someone had been watching us, stalking us, perhaps planning something worse before we escaped. We never reported it to the police. What would we even say? We were trespassing on remote forest land, heard some strange sounds, found a beer can, and ran away. It sounds ridiculous when laid out like that. But the terror I felt was real. Dylan tried to talk to Jake about it when he returned to work, but Jake acted confused, claiming he'd never been to Crescent Valley and had no idea what Dylan was talking about. He denied ever giving us directions or recommending the spot. Dylan is convinced Jake was playing some kind of sick prank, but I'm not so sure. Something about the whole situation feels even more sinister than that. We've gone camping since then, but only in established campgrounds with plenty of other people around. I don't think I'll ever again see the isolation of the wilderness as peaceful rather than threatening. When you're that far from help, You're vulnerable in ways city people like us rarely have to consider. Sometimes I still wake up at night thinking I hear that grinding metallic sound. Dylan says it was probably just someone with an ATV or a chainsaw, someone who was equally startled to discover campers in what they considered their territory. Maybe he's right, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever was out there in those woods was hunting us. And I can't help wondering what would have happened if we'd stayed until morning. I've worked as a park ranger at Shadow Peak Campground for almost 15 years now. I've seen pretty much everything out here. Bear encounters, lost hikers, flash floods, you name it. But what happened last summer? Well, I still can't shake it. I'm writing this down partly to warn others, partly because I need to get it off my chest. It started with a group of college kids, fraternity boys who rolled in with 3 trucks loaded with coolers, speakers, and enough alcohol to stock a small bar. My colleague Jim and I watched them from the ranger station as they unloaded, already blasting music before their tents were even up. "Here we go again," Jim muttered. He'd been at Shadow Peak even longer than me, pushing 60 and counting down to retirement. "Nathan, you want to handle this one, or should I?" I volunteered to go talk to them. Standard procedure. Welcome them to the park, remind them about quiet hours starting at 10 p.m., and make sure they knew the basic safety rules. These guys, though, they had that look. You know the one, the whatever old man expressions, even as they nodded and said, "Yes, sir," with smirks. By nightfall, we'd already received 3 complaints from neighboring campsites about the noise. I drove over in my ranger truck and found them with a bonfire way bigger than regulations allowed. Music echoing through the trees and empty beer cans everywhere. "Gentlemen," I called over their music, "need to dial it back. We've got families with kids trying to sleep." Their so-called leader, a tall kid with a backwards cap who introduced himself as Bryce, slurred his words as he assured me they'd keep it down. "Sorry, Ranger Rick. We're just celebrating our last summer break together." I didn't bother correcting him about my name. Instead, I decided to try something that usually works with these types, the local wildlife warning. "Just so you know," I said, lowering my voice, "we've had reports of ghost cats in this area." That got their attention. One of them turned down the music. "Ghost cats?" Bryce asked. "Mountain lions," I explained. "We call them ghost cats because you never hear them coming. They're attracted to noise and food smells. They'll stalk a noisy camp for hours before making their move." I watched their faces, saw the flicker of concern, but then Bryce laughed. "Dude, we're like 12 guys here. No cat's going to mess with us." His buddies joined in the laughter. One of them cranked the music back up. I returned to the station annoyed. Jim could tell from my face that it hadn't gone well. "Let me guess," he said. "The ghost cat warning didn't work?" "Nope. These guys think they're invincible." We sat in silence for a bit. The complaints kept coming in via radio. Around midnight, Jim suddenly sat up straight. "I've got an idea," he said with a gleam in his eye that I should have recognized as trouble. "Remember that mountain lion that was hit on the highway last month? The one they taxidermied for the visitor center?" I nodded. It was a beautiful specimen, preserved in a stalking pose. "It's still in storage," Jim continued, "and I've got some recordings of mountain lion sounds from that wildlife documentary they filmed here." I should have shut it down right there. But I was tired, frustrated, and honestly, these guys needed to learn some respect for the wilderness. "What exactly are you thinking?" I asked. Jim laid out the plan. We'd wait until about 2 a.m. when they'd finally crashed from their drinking. We'd bring the taxidermied mountain lion, set it up just outside their camp, and used Jim's portable PA system to play some authentic mountain lion sounds. Maybe plant some fake paw prints. Scare them just enough to make them think twice about their behavior. Nothing dangerous, Jim insisted. Just a good lesson in respecting nature. I hesitated, but then another call came in about the noise. The family complaining had young kids who couldn't sleep. That did it for me. Let's do it, I agreed. We prepared everything meticulously. Jim retrieved the taxidermied mountain lion from storage. It was mounted on a wooden base, but we detached it and rigged it up with some poles so we could manipulate it like a puppet. I gathered supplies to make fake paw prints, a plaster cast we had from an actual mountain lion track, and some soft dirt in a bucket. Jim got his night vision goggles, personal purchase, not park issue, and the small PA system he used for guided night hikes. Around 1:30 a.m., the music from their camp finally died down. We loaded our props into my truck and drove most of the way, parking about a quarter-mile out and continuing on foot. I felt ridiculous carrying a stuffed mountain lion through the woods in the middle of the night, but my annoyance at these frat boys outweighed my better judgment. When we reached the edge of their campsite, we could see they'd finally turned in. 6 tents were arranged around the now smoldering campfire. Empty bottles and cans were scattered everywhere, and someone had left a cooler open, a major wildlife attractant. These guys really didn't get it. We worked silently in the darkness. Jim wore the night vision goggles, guiding me as I pressed the plaster paw print into strategic locations around their tents. We set up the taxidermied lion about 30 feet from their camp, partially hidden by brush, but visible enough if someone were to shine a light that way. Jim positioned his truck on the service road beyond the trees, headlights off, but ready to provide backlighting. "Ready?" Jim whispered through our radio. "Ready," I confirmed, feeling a mix of excitement and guilt. Jim hit play on the PA system. The low, guttural growl of a mountain lion cut through the night air. I nearly jumped myself. The recording was incredibly realistic, especially in the dead silence of the forest at 2 a.m. Movement inside the tents, voices, confusion. "What was that?" someone called out. "Probably a raccoon, dude," came another voice. Jim played another sound. This time the terrifying scream mountain lions make that sounds eerily like a woman in distress. "What the fuck was that?" The voice was panicked now. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness from one of the tents, sweeping wildly around the campsite. I ducked behind a tree, heart pounding. "There's something out there," someone shouted. More lights now. The beam of one flashlight passed over our taxidermied cat, but didn't stop. Jim played another growl, louder this time. Someone unzipped a tent. A shirtless guy stumbled out with a flashlight, clearly still half drunk. He swung the beam around wildly. This was our moment. Jim flashed his truck headlights just briefly, enough to illuminate our fake cat in a way that made it look alive, then killed the lights. The sudden flash and glimpse of the mountain lion had the desired effect. "Holy shit! Mountain lion!" the guy screamed, diving back into his tent and zipping it frantically. Chaos erupted, shouting from all the tents, more flashlight beams. Someone was crying. "Start your engines," one of them yelled. "We need to get out of here." "Are you crazy?" another voice answered. "You don't run from predators, it'll chase us." Jim grabbed the radio. "Nathan," he whispered, "I'm going to walk around to the other side and make some noise. Make them think there are multiple cats." Before I could respond, he was moving through the brush. I stayed put, watching the panic unfold. "Bryce, what do we do, man?" Someone whimpered from inside a tent. "Everyone stay in your fucking tents," Bryce shouted, his earlier bravado completely gone. "They can't get through the fabric." I almost laughed at that. A determined mountain lion could tear through a tent like tissue paper. Jim was in position now. He played another recording from the opposite side of the camp. The boys were in full panic mode, convinced they were surrounded. "There's more than one," someone cried out. "We're going to die out here," another voice moaned. I started feeling a little bad. They were genuinely terrified. But then I remembered the families with children they'd kept awake, the wildlife that their carelessness could have attracted, the damage they'd done to the campsite. A little scare might save their lives someday if they ever encountered an actual dangerous animal. Jim was really getting into his role. "They're stalking us," he called out in a stage whisper, just loud enough for them to hear. "I count at least 3 of them." "Who's out there?" Bryce called, voice cracking. "Ranger Collins," Jim answered. "Don't make any sudden movements. They've got us surrounded." "Do something," one of the frat boys pleaded. "Stay in your tents," Jim ordered. "Make yourselves as small as possible. No noise, no lights. They might lose interest by morning." The campsite went completely silent and dark. Jim gave me the signal to retreat. We quietly collected the PA system, but left the taxidermied cat in place and the paw prints intact as evidence for the morning. As we crept away, I felt a mixture of satisfaction and shame. We definitely taught them a lesson, but I was already wondering if we'd gone too far. We drove back to the ranger station in silence. Finally, Jim spoke. "They'll be telling this story for years," he chuckled. "Best behavior modification technique I've seen in 30 years of park service." I forced a smile, but something didn't feel right. Maybe it was the cool night air, or maybe it was just my conscience, but I felt a chill run down my spine. "You know," I said quietly, "there really are mountain lions out here." Jim's smile faded. "Yeah, I know." We both fell silent again, the weight of that reality settling over us. Morning came, and I drove back to check on the fraternity campsite. I half expected to find them gone, but their vehicles were still there. As I pulled up, I saw them huddled together, pointing at the ground around their tents. I put on my best professional ranger face and approached. "Everything okay here, gentlemen?" Bryce looked up at me, his face pale. "Ranger, you were right about the ghost cats. They surrounded us last night." "Oh?" I tried to sound surprised. "Look at these tracks," another guy said, pointing to our fake paw prints. "They were circling our tents all night." I examined the prints with exaggerated concern. "Mountain lion tracks, all right. Pretty big one, too." "There were at least 3 of them," Bryce insisted. "We heard them. Another ranger came by and told us to stay in our tents." I nodded solemnly. "That would be Ranger Carter. Jim." He radioed it in. "We take predator sightings very seriously." They were already packing, moving with purpose and speaking in hushed tones. No music, no shouting, no horseplay. Their campsite was being cleaned meticulously, trash-bagged, coolers secured. "We're heading out early," Bryce informed me. "No offense to your park, but we're not staying another night." "Completely understand," I replied. "Sorry your trip was cut short." As they finished packing, I wandered to where we'd left the taxidermied mountain lion. It was gone. Jim must have come back for it early this morning, I figured. The fraternity boys drove off, considerably more subdued than when they'd arrived. I felt a strange mix of accomplishment and unease as I watched them go, but at least they'd learned something about respecting nature. I radioed Jim. "They're gone. Totally bought it. Where did you put the cat?" Static. Then Jim's voice. "What do you mean?" The stuffed mountain lion. You moved it this morning, right? A pause. Nathan, I didn't go back there this morning. The cat should still be where we left it. My blood ran cold. It's not here, Jim. Another long pause. Maybe they found it and took it with them? As a souvenir? No way, I said. They were genuinely scared. If they'd found our prop, they would have mentioned it. I'll come meet you, Jim said, his voice tight. While waiting for Jim, I searched the area where we'd positioned the fake mountain lion. The brush was disturbed, but there was no sign of the taxidermied cat. What I did find made my heart stop. Fresh mountain lion tracks, real ones, not our fakes. And they weren't just random. They were overlapping some of our planted fake tracks, as if the real mountain lion had been following the same path we'd created. Jim arrived in his truck. I showed him the tracks without saying a word. His face went ashen. That's not possible, he whispered. But there they were, and something else caught my eye. Drag marks leading into the denser forest, with tufts of fur caught on low branches. The taxidermied cat had been taken, dragged away by something. We followed the trail for about 50 yards before it disappeared into a rocky area where we couldn't track it anymore. Jim and I stood there in silence, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. We need to report this, I finally said. Report what? Jim asked. That we used park property for a prank and now it's missing? That we potentially attracted a real predator to a campsite full of people with our recordings? He was right. We were in serious trouble if the truth came out. So what do we do? I asked. Jim looked back toward the empty campsite. Nothing. The cat's gone. The campers are gone. No one got hurt. We write it off as inventory missing from storage. I wanted to protest, but what could I say? We'd broken about a dozen regulations with our little stunt. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those overlapping tracks, about what might have been watching us while we set up our prank, about what could have happened if a real mountain lion had decided those fraternity boys were easy prey. The next day I went back to the area again, alone. I searched more extensively for any sign of the taxidermied cat. Nothing, but I found something that still gives me nightmares. About a quarter-mile from the campsite in a small clearing, I found a patch of disturbed ground, and arranged in a perfect circle around this patch were paw prints. Real mountain lion paw prints. At least 3 different sets, judging by the sizes. And in the center of this circle was a single human boot print that matched the tread pattern of the boots Jim and I had been wearing. It was as if the mountain lions had been studying our tracks, just as we'd studied theirs to make our fake prints. That was 6 months ago. I haven't told anyone about this, not even Jim. The fraternity boys probably tell their story about the night they were surrounded by mountain lions at Shadow Peak. They don't know how close to the truth they might actually be. I still work at Shadow Peak. I still warn campers about ghost cats. But I don't joke about it anymore. And sometimes on my night patrols, I get the distinct feeling that I'm being watched, studied, mimicked. I think about that missing taxidermied mountain lion and wonder, what if they're learning from us, just as we learn from them? What if our prank inadvertently taught the real predators something about hunting humans? I don't sleep well these days, and I never, ever use predator calls in these woods anymore.